Mic one, mic one. Mic number four, mic number four. Mic number five, mic number five. Mic number seven, mic number seven. Not sure if I need six, but I'm testing six. Mic number eight, mic number eight. Mic number 10, mic number 10. Mic number 11, mic number 11. Mic number 12, mic number 12. Staff mic one, staff mic one. Staff mic two, staff mic two. Podium mic, podium mic. Clerk mic, clerk mic. Never mind. Wireless mics are fixed. Wireless mics are fixed.
What's Quinn?
And the other wireless mic, other wireless mic.
You ready? Not. This is sort of. Okay, I should be okay now. Yeah. Are you ready? I saw Luis. I see Chris. I don't see anything about Wendy. John, was Wendy in her office when you walked out? Did you see Wendy in her office when you came by? Okay. Well, why don't we go ahead and get started? We've got a lot on our plate today. Good morning, everyone. I am happy to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, October 25th. Could we have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Root Askew appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And are there any additions and corrections for closed session this morning?
There are none, Chair.
Thank you. So we'll have closed session items number 1A through E. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on today's closed session? Seeing no one coming forward and no hands raised, I will recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting to reconvene at 2:00 this afternoon. And with that, I will call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Oh, yes, actually, we're going to reconvene at 10:30. I wondered why. I thought I made a note about that. Why isn't it in here? Okay, thank you. Well, instead, we're going to reconvene at 10:30. We won't just skip over the whole morning. 10:30, we will be back here for the Board of Supervisors. And thank you very much, Mr. Council. And now I will call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Root Askew appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And are there any additions or corrections?
There are none today, Chair.
Thank you. Then we will have closed session item number 1A. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on this agenda for closed session? No hands raised, seeing no one coming forward. We will recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and reconvene at 10:30. We will see you at 10:30. Thank you. And we have 10:30. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. I know that the translation. Really.
Microphone number one, microphone number one. Mic number four, mic number four. Mic number five, mic number five.
Yeah.
Mic number seven, mic number seven. Mic number eight, mic number eight. Mic number 11, mic number 11. Mic number 12, mic number 12. Staff mic one, staff mic one. Staff mic two, staff mic two. Podium mic, podium mic.
Clerk's mic.
Where's Diego?
Wireless mic one, wireless mic one.
Wireless mic 2.
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, October 25th. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, Root, Askew, and Lopez appearing in person and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. At this time, we would usually have an announcement by the Spanish interpreter, but he is not here at the moment. So I'm going to ask Supervisor Lopez to speak for us.
¿Hay alguien con nosotros hoy que necesita la ayuda de un intérprete? All right, looks like we don't have any Spanish speakers only today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And we will keep our fingers crossed that Mr. Diego Celis will show up in the very short period of time. Now it is one of my favorite times of the meeting when we do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we always ask someone special to do it for us. And today I'm very honored to ask Rosemary Soto to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Rosemary is a proud Salinas native and a Chicana activist who became a bureau activist when she joined the County of Monterey 15 years ago. With nearly 20 years of experience in violence prevention and intervention, community engagement, and strategy development for addressing racial inequities, Rosemary has led several initiatives that are strategic priorities of the Board of Supervisors. Her history of dedicated public service expands into volunteer leadership roles, serving on coordinating committees and boards of directors for organizations focused on uplifting and investing in historically marginalized and disenfranchised communities throughout Monterey County. Rosemary wholeheartedly believes that together we can all work to build healthy and thriving communities. Ms. Soto, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so very much. And now, are there any additions and corrections to the agenda?
There is a correction to item number 24 for Natividad Medical Center under the consent calendar, and a revised board report was received. The next one is a correction to item number 30 for general government consent calendar, and a revised exhibit A was received. And lastly, there's a correction to item number 32 under general government consent calendar. A revised board report was received.
Thank you very much for that. And now we will go into our ceremonial resolutions. There are a number of resolutions that we have today. It appears as if we are going to have at least 3, perhaps maybe 4 that will be presented. But before we get to the presentations, I would like to see if there's any member of the public who needs or wishes to comment on the ceremonial resolutions today. Seeing no one coming forward.
Move
And-
approval, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much for that. And now let's start with our presentations. And the first one is to adopt a resolution commending Rosemary Soto for her 15 years of service to the County of Monterey and acknowledge that we live in a better place because of Rosemary Soto's efforts. This will be presented by Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you. I'm going to be nice today. Turn up the volume a little bit, too much thing. We're here today saying thank you to Rosemary as she embarks on a new challenge. She's been part of our community, born and raised here in the Baranda community, a true citizen for the people who came up through the ranks here at Monterey County. It's hard to say goodbye to good people. And I know that as long as I've been here, Rosemary's been here fighting for the same things I believe in. And so after a long day, sometimes even in this chambers, sometimes I'll stop by her office, we'll close the door and we'll have some laughs and talk. And it's going to be hard not to have that resource because that is a resource, and that's being part of the county family. It's not just what you do for your official capacity here. It's the things you do outside the walls of the county, outside the confines of your everyday job that matter to the people in this room and the people outside of it. You've touched thousands of lives with your work, and you've even helped save animals. I know. She also sits on the SCAR board, South County Animal Rescue, which does so much critical work in southern Monterey County, even though she's a Baranda girl. And if you know where the lines are, that's a North County girl. Rosemary, you've given heart, soul, blood, sweat, and tears to the county. And it's hard for me to say goodbye, but I know that where you're headed, you're going to do incredible work for us and for our community. So today we're acknowledging your efforts that include everything from the Domestic Violence Coordinating Council, the YWCA of Monterey County, the Arts Council, Community Foundation for Monterey County, Salinas Food and Wine Festival, Latino Network of Monterey County, Commission on the Status of Women. And that's just the beginning. And what I mean by that, it's not just the beginning of this resolution. It's just the beginning of your journey of giving back to our community. And for that, we are eternally grateful. Thank you for who you are, what you do, and what you represent to our community. If you're from here, you can give back and you can make change. You're proof of that. Thank you. I'm going to pass it over here.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. First of all, don't we all love overachievers? Thank you, Rosemary, for being an overachiever. The list was impressive there. When I first came over as the county administrative officer, one of the first things that Rosemary says, I want your job. It's like, oh, that's actually a good thing. I'm sorry that you're leaving because I'm leaving too. So now is your chance, but eventually, that I think that's great that you want that job and you want to keep doing what's good for the county. And one of the things that you mentioned, she's here late at night, but she's also went to the cast meeting at 7 o'clock in the morning. So she had to do that too, which is really impressive. And what all that dedication is showing is what we all try to live for, essentially, is leaving the place better than we found it when we got here. And that's the epitome of Rosemary. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you. And Rosemary, as your immediate supervisor, I worked, for those of you that might not know, I work closely with Rosemary really day in and day out. And I'm just so impressed with your commitment and your credibility and how you understand the community and what you give back to the community. It's just been impressive. I won't go into the litany of all the things that you've done, but just your commitment and your dedication have been just wonderful. I will miss you very much.
I think the rest of us might want to say a couple of words as well.
Thank you. So I had to write some notes, Rosemary, on my arm. But I feel like we grew up. I feel like I grew up with you in this county. And I think back to the early days of CASP, before CASP was CASP, and those early morning meetings, and the week that we spent together at the Dialogue for Peaceful Change, where I watched you show up in a way that everyone paid attention. And it was then that I said, oh my goodness, like Rosemary gets it. And Rosemary's leadership is not the kind that like jumps out in front, but it's the kind that gets things done in a way that brings everyone along. And so it was after that I think you were in behavioral health at that point. And we've been struggling with how to figure out how to bring the county's commitment to violence prevention into the forefront. And so creating the position, I worked with Jane Parker for a year, I think, to figure out how to create a position in the CAO's office that focused on violence prevention. And you were the immediate person that was right for that role. The work that you did to create those initial plans to get the FAR framework for violence prevention put together that allowed us to go get Salinas selected to be one of the White House cities for violence prevention. I mean, you were at the center of all of that work, and I will forever appreciate the leadership that you taught me how to just work to get the right things done. And then more recently, I just want to acknowledge again, whenever we've had a challenge in this county, whenever we've needed someone to champion a project forward with VITA, you were right there. With violence prevention, you were right there. With the census, you were right there. And it's been an absolute honor to know you as a friend, and it's been an absolute honor to learn from you and how you lead to serve. And I will miss you here in the county, but I am so proud that we had the chance to work together. So please stay in touch.
I don't want to get left out here either. But we worked together for a lot of years. She took me up to Seattle to educate me about racial equity, and we worked on the community foundation. We were both on there together. She's a great resource and done more for the county than we can ever say. So, thanks.
Thank you. I sure have a lot of words that I could say about Rosemary, but the thing that I really love about her so much is that even though I'm sad she's going, every time I look at her, I smile. She just brings that out in me. I've watched Rosemary grow up. She was a volunteer at United Way years and years and years ago. And one of the things that I think I'm just reiterating what so many of us have already said, and that is that I knew if she was working on a project, I didn't have to worry about it at all. That it would get done well, and it would get done the right way. That is an incredibly strong talent and skill that you have. She's not only just really, really smart, but she has the ability to stand back, watch, and then know exactly how to get in to get the job done. And I am just forever grateful to the things that you've taught me, but more importantly, for all of the work that you've done for so many people here in our county over the past, for me, it's almost 20 years that we've known one another in that regard. I don't think we ever had a good time traveling together. I didn't get invited to go to Seattle, but it doesn't matter because you were there and you were the one that made things happen. So Rosemary, truly, on behalf of all of the people who live in Monterey County, honestly, you've really made their lives better just from your efforts. And I know you'll continue to do that. So thank you so much for just being you. Is this your mom who's here with you? Thank you so much for raising such a fantastic girl. She's not a girl anymore, for raising such a fantastic woman, because the leaf probably did not fall too far from the tree. Thank you for your work. And thank you again, Rosemary, on behalf of all of us.
Madam Chair.
Well, okay, I'm gonna try to get through this with that. I'm also a Chiona, so I'm gonna try to get through this, but I want to just pause right here and I want to ask my mom to come up here and stand with me. It's okay, Mom, it'll be recorded and we can watch it back on the in Legistar. I have to have my mom stand here with me because I am who I am, and I am able to do what I do because of her and my grandparents who also raised me. They brought me up, teaching me all that I know, really through the Bible. They were God-fearing people, and I just have to say that I am grateful to God for all of the opportunities that were presented to me. Yes, these leaders opened doors for me too, but before that, I'm on my knees, and even this decision to decide whether I go or not was heart-wrenching. It was so hard. I even called Chris, what do I do? Because I love my community and I loved working for the county. And as I've even I haven't even sent out an email to let all our partners know that I'm leaving because my heart is here, you know? But I know that I've got a lot more time and work to do, and so maybe someday I'll come back and take Charles's job, but since he didn't stick around long enough to mentor me, I'll have to figure it out. But you know, I just want to just be, I have a lot of gratefulness in my heart right now and just feeling overwhelmed in a good way. And just, you know, you brought back some memories, that things that I didn't even remember that I was a part of. And I want to just say to my community that I'm moving on to a different path, but I'm not leaving my community. My commitment to continuing to see the change and to be a part of that change in our communities and to work towards racial equity in every capacity possible. Because the reality is that, you know, we have so much work left to do. And I'm just very grateful for, you know, I'm grateful and I'm proud of the progress we've made. I mean, there's just so much more work to do. And I just want to say that I am proud of being of this community because we're so rich in values, in tradition, in custom, our people, the diversity of our people. And we have to continue to uplift each other and create new paths that just, you know, that so that our children, I mean, I have a 1-year-old nephew and I just look at him and he's growing up in Baranda and it's like, I want your Baranda to be so different than mine. I want your Baranda to be a shining star because it's one of those marginalized and forgotten communities. And we deserve so much more. Everywhere, Baranda, Pájaro, you know, Sanardo, like they just got streets this year. What the heck? Like, that's ridiculous. We should not be, we should be ashamed of that and proud to work towards a new change and just betterment for our communities all around. So I'm long-winded, you can tell. I'm going to stop here and I'm just going to say thank you to everybody and just, I give God glory. Thank you.
Congratulations. So staying on the theme of those folks who we know need coverage, I'm going to welcome up Mr. Sargenti to join me and Mr. May. We talk about firefighters in our community, and often we say those people are heroes. But do we ever see them do the work? Often not, because they're in those situations where we can't be nearby. They're in the fire, quite literally, making sure that our community is taken care of. I've got to tell you, I've been there. I've been in the middle of a flood and watched this man, Jeff May, run into homes who their occupants are the people who government has not been there for often. Talking about the community of Chular. Many of you know Chular is very close to my heart. Jeff, as a friend, I can't say thank you enough for what you've done for that community to give them a consistent presence of government, because I can't be there every day. But I can tell you, when I went door to door and talked to people, they would say, oh, los bomberos, the firefighters? Yeah, they're here. They're part of us. And I asked them, which one? The tall one. Go figure, right? Jeff's that guy, first on the scene. Anytime there was an issue between Chular and Salinas, and even at times south, and he gave me an honest assessment as a friend, as a colleague, about what was happening in our community. He drove a lot of the work that I'm doing now on the South of Salinas project, trying to fix the improvement of those at-grade crossings, because those moments, that worst moment for somebody in their life, is often first on scene, showing up, providing what they need. Not easy to see routinely. Jeff shared that with me, honestly, brutally, that we need change. We need change in Chular. We need change on 101. Don't often hear that from firefighters. And I am so thankful for you and what you've done for the community of Chular, the presence of being in that community every single day, and also the presence at Christmas. It's not just the bad stuff. It's in those times when a community at need needs someone to show up. These guys were Santa Claus. They did toy drives. They showed up for those communities in their moments. I can tell you, when I showed up after the last flood with a truck full of toys, Jeff said, I'm going to show you where to go. Took me into areas I didn't even know existed in Chula. Tough areas, areas where you show up with a gift and there's so much thanks from the community. Those things that a lot of us find it hard to see. He knew exactly where it was and told me exactly how to reach those people. When you talk about a servant's heart, this man has it. He's given to our community for 30 years as a firefighter at all levels. And I'm so thankful to call him a friend and to stop our meeting today to take a little time to say thank you, because our community would not be what it is today without you, those you've helped train, and those you've brought up. Jeff, as a friend, as somebody who's been proud to run around with you in the little quad as we look at challenges and needs, I want to say thank you. I know that your family is excited to have more time with you, and we're excited for them, all the grandbabies. Every time I call him, his first question was not about work. It was, how's that kid? You're one of those people that I look up to, not just physically. I'm proud to call you a friend, Jeff May. And I want to thank you for your 30 years of service to Monterey County, to its residents, especially to the community of Chular. I want you to know that I know we all have tough days there, but you've made a difference in thousands of lives. Can't say thank you enough. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to.
Good morning. And my name is David Sargenti. I'm honored here today to be saying a few words about Jeff May, our recently retired fire captain. Jeff has 30 years of service with our organization, 30 years of service, servicing the communities of Monterey County, and particularly the communities that are within the Monterey County Regional Fire District. Jeff retires as a captain, and a captain in our organization is a critical role for providing that boots on the ground level of service to our constituents, as well as the visitors and travelers that come through the district. As was mentioned, Jeff was stationed as a captain at our Chular station, which has a unique response area where it has multiple residents of varying economic and social components. We have the transportation corridors of Highway 101, as well as a railway that goes through there. And Jeff is an expert at all of those needs and all of those challenges of that response zone. Chular is also one of our probationary fire stations where we send our new folks to learn from mentors like Jeff on how to craft their skills so that they can provide the services to our residents and citizens. Jeff is a dedicated employee and the utmost professional when it came to the service for our folks, as well as bringing our new folks in and the extra things he did around the district. Jeff is a master craftsman and was a lead in remodeling many of our fire stations to bring them up to ADA compliance. He was also very instrumental in constructing our new administration building and our most recent station in East Garrison. He's been that expert that we relied on to make sure that things were done right. And as was mentioned, Jeff always does things right. So although we will miss Jeff, we wish him nothing but the best in his retirement. And as was mentioned, the utmost professional firefighter. Thank you.
Chris, thank you for the kind words. You were instrumental in allowing me to do the things I did in Chular. And as you spoke, I'm honored to have you as a friend. All these things being said about me make my choice to retire very difficult, because I love the things that Chief Sargenti and Supervisor Lopez spoke about. That was my life. I'd also like to thank the chief and our leadership administration for allowing me work in my capacity to serve the community of Chuar as well as our whole district. It's been a pleasure working with the type of leadership I work below. Still very difficult. Kind words.
With that, Jeff, I'm presenting to you a resolution from the full Board of Supervisors commending your 30 years of service to our communities. And I think my favorite line in there says, he's a hands-on, salt of the earth type of leader. Thank you for all you contributed to our communities.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you so much for your years of service, and I'm sure that you have a lot of good things ahead. Thank you so much for being with us today to accept this resolution on behalf of all of us in Monterey County.
Madam Chair, my hand is raised.
Yes, thank you so much, Supervisor Alejo. I was going to come to you at the very end, but if you'd like to go ahead and speak now, that's fine.
Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't want to break the flow of the ceremony for Rosemary Soto, but on behalf of the people of Salinas, we want to just express to her and her mom and her family that how proud we are of her as a native daughter of this community. I think she exemplifies the very best. A native daughter who grew up here, who went to college, came back and dedicated her career to uplifting our local families and making her community a better place to live. As the co-chair of the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace, I just want to commend Rosemary's leadership. She helped us address violence, which we know was continues to be a struggle, but was much more difficult just a few years ago. But because of her leadership and her coalition building and the partnerships she built, she has made Salinas a better place to live, and also certainly providing better opportunities for our young people. I also want to commend the many special projects she took. One that wasn't mentioned was redistricting. I think that we gave her all these difficult tasks and she always took them on. But I think what made her very effective is that she, not only was she a county professional, but she was also a grassroots community organizer, because she built partnerships with so many organizations and community leaders that facilitated her work on behalf of the county. And there's so many events that Rosemary was always there. She was the human face to the county in many ways. But she also always brought a sense of social justice and economic justice to her work and helping our county implement policies that will better serve historically marginalized communities. So I want to commend her on her new chapter in life with the California Endowment. But I know she's leaving knowing that her county family and her community is very proud of her, and we appreciate all she has done to make county government more representative of the people that it serves. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And now we have another resolution, and it was going to be presented to Joe Hertline. And I don't know if Mr. Hertline is on Zoom. I haven't seen him in the audience today. And I don't see him on my list of participants. So my expectation is that we will have the resolution, and perhaps Mr. Flores can present it to Joe Hertline at an opportunity that we might have during meetings. And next, we'll have another resolution, which will be presented now to Mr. Jose Gonzalez upon his retirement from 25.5 years of public service with the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. And this will be done so by our own Jim Bass.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. We're here to recognize Jose on his retirement from 25.5 years of service to Monterey County with the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. Jose served in a lot of different roles. I had the honor and pleasure to work with him his entire career. I'm a little jealous he got out before me. But he did a lot of things for us. Served as a facility training officer, Sheriff's Explorer Advisor, member of our critical emergency response team, CERT team for those abbreviations, for us. Also a motor squad advisor. He was a armorer for that CERT team. And then really the majority of his career was as a bailiff. He served a number of years in the courthouse right across the way there for Judge Villarreal. He was a training officer for a lot of the new bailiffs that came down. He would teach them the ropes of how the court worked. And then also our sergeants, we rotate sergeants in that position. And so they would come down. He was one of the go-to people that they went to make sure they knew the ropes, who to go to, how things worked, and really helped things run smoothly down there. I'm just going to quote a little bit from his resolution here. Whereas Deputy Jose Antonio Gonzalez, as a result of his hard work, exceptional performance, and dedication, the Monterey County Sheriff's Office was awarded multiple letters of appreciation, letters of commendation, memorandums of praise from sheriffs and chiefs of Monterey County and different agencies, and received a Medal of Valor for his efforts during a jail riot. Whereas Deputy Jose A. Gonzalez retired at the rank of Deputy Sheriff and will enjoy the adventures that come from traveling. Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey, on behalf of all residents thereof, acknowledges, commends, and thanks Deputy Jose A. Gonzalez for his 25.5 years of exemplary public service to the residents of Monterey County and as a valued member of the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. Congratulations, Jose. And then also from the office itself, we have a little plaque commemorating his time with us as well that he can hang in his office or somewhere in his home as well. So congratulations again.
I don't have anything really prepared. I'd like to thank the board. I'd like to thank Chief Bass, our command staff. I'd like to thank everybody I worked with. I'd like to thank everybody that showed up in support of me today. It was a wild ride. Good times, bad times, more good times than bad, thankfully. And I made it. Hopefully everybody I work with will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Gonzalez. It's sort of like the paparazzi out here. And then we have 3 more resolutions not being presented. One to recognize and honor the late Edward M. Dowd as Natividad Foundation's 2022 Hero Award recipient. Additionally, to Refugio Anguiano for receiving the 2022 Jack Stewart Award for the Monterey County Military and Veterans Affairs Commission, and also to adopt a special resolution posthumously honoring fallen Salinas police officer Jorge David Alvarado for distinguished service. Thank you, and that will close our presentation of the ceremonial resolutions, and we will go to appointments. We have 4 appointments. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on the appointments today? Seeing no one coming forward and seeing no hands raised, is there any member of the board that wishes to comment on the appointments, or I'll accept a motion?
Move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you all so much for your participation today. Now we will go to our consent calendar. We have consent items numbers 24 through 43, and there were several amendments made to those consent items. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on anything on today's consent calendar? Seeing no one coming forward and seeing no hands raised, is there any member of the board that wishes to pull or make comments on any items on the consent calendar?
Move consent.
Second.
Supervisor Rudascu?
I had comments on item 29, 39, 41, and 42.
Whoa.
You're really quite the person today. 29, 39, 41, and 42. Please go ahead. You have a motion and a second that are pending.
Great, thank you. Comments on item number 29 is Monterey County Free Libraries contract with Overdrive, which is a service, technology that allows digital access to many of our library books and audiobooks. And I just want to commend and thank the library for making sure that our services are available to those in our community who may have learning differences or disabilities. This is a tremendous and awesome service, and we've had the opportunity to learn more about it in the past year. I just wanted to highlight and celebrate the commitment that our libraries have to being accessible to everybody in the community. On item 36, this is an ordinance amendment that would increase the approval it would increase the amount of contracts that can be approved without appearing before the Board of Supervisors. And I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding the current approval limit is $100,000. And this updated code would allow that approval limit to increase to $200,000 before having to appear before the Board of Supervisors for approval, so long as the department entering the contract has sufficient appropriations to cover costs. And I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that right. Okay, very good. So this is it's a fairly significant change from 100,000 to 200,000 before contracts have to come to the Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to make sure we were really transparent about that reality. And then on item 41 and 42, these are Laguna Seca Recreation Area Contract Amendments for Star Sanitation that add almost $500,000 to the contracts. And I was just curious why the expenditures were so much greater than expected in the first 3 years, especially given that there was a reduced utilization during the pandemic, and if there were any steps being put in place to control costs moving forward.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Ryan Bell. I'm the Administrative Operations Manager for Laguna Seca. The expenditures that we are going through right now, where Laguna Seca is concerned, have to deal with the idea that we've had a failure in their storage tank, and we're having to do a lot more transportation in the way of moving the waste offsite into an area to receive it. Plus, with the rise in the events over the past year, that have shown that we've utilized our contract a lot more than we anticipated, given the first 2 years going into it with the pandemic.
Okay, so this is a larger utilization than what was anticipated as a result of the failure of the storage tank.
Yes.
Okay, and is there a plan for the repair for that storage?
It is in process as we speak. We're looking at anticipated completion of that project in May of this next year.
Okay, so at that point, the sanitation costs may go back down to what had been previously anticipated or planned for? Okay,
that is the plan.
Great. All right, thank you for the additional information.
Thanks, Supervisor.
Thank you very much for your question, Supervisor Riascu. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair.
Yes. I'm sorry, Supervisor Alejo, I missed you again.
Just in response to Supervisor Askew's, what number was the changing the amount for the standard contracts from 100 to 200,000? Because that is an item that has been a recent concern for me that I don't want to support that today.
Okay, so you would like to have that item pulled for a separate vote?
Yes. What item number was that though?
Item number 36.
36.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We'll amend that motion to approve everything except item number 36.
So, yes.
Very good. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew? And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And now we will have a separate vote for item number 36.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we please have a roll call
If I
vote?
could speak to the item.
Oh,
Madam-
sorry. Yes, Supervisor Alejo.
I did want to just raise a concern because there was a recent example that I became aware of where staff know what the limit is. And when they don't want contracts to come to the board, they purposely use that standard contract and under that amount avoid the issue coming to our attention. So that for those reasons, I know this is not the case for every department, but there was a recent example in one of our departments where that was abused. Perhaps county resources were used inappropriately, and it was intentional to use a standard contract and not and remain under the $100,000 amount, so that the issue wouldn't go to county council and wouldn't come to the board of supervisors. So because of that glaring example that I just became aware of, I cannot support having more contracts of a higher amount not coming to the review by this board of supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Do you want to make some comments?
I'm not sure what he's referring to. Good morning, Madam Chair, and to the board. But this initiative, it comes also with a policy that is connected to the documents that came forth that would ensure that, at least from contracts and purchasing, we are a decentralized county. So there are centralizations that we put in place so that when contracts come forward, that contracts and purchasing is able to scrutinize those through the advantage. And so what we're putting forward are informal and formal processes. And also what we are doing, Supervisor Alejo, is that with this increase, we are also requiring that departments, when they're engaging in any agreement, they have to run a certain report that we've established by vendor, not just by contract, to ensure that we are not just haphazardly entering into and engaging into contracts with vendors without a level of scrutinization, and making sure that those vendors themselves have not exceeded $100,000, or excuse me, $200,000 within a fiscal year. And if they have, in fact, or if they are approaching that before they engage into the agreement, they have to be presented to you, the Board of Supervisors, before I'm able to sign it or anybody else is able to sign them.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions?
No, Madam Chair, I'm glad that county staff are trying to implement mechanisms to provide transparency, and so that contracts are not just approved by one department, but that there's some oversight from other departments like the Budget Committee and contract purchasing and the county auditor's office. But there was a recent example where this was a glaring, and I provided that to the attention of county council recently. And so this is a problem. But I hope that in this language it is better addressed, but I just cannot support it today because of the issue that I just brought to the attention of our county council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we please have a roll call vote?
To the chair, if I may, I'm comfortable supporting this because I think in the move towards good governance and having streamlined processes, having accountability, having transparency is important. I do think, though, that the concerns that Supervisor Alejo are raising, I would like to see if there's ways that we can have those addressed, or if we can. They're vague what you're speaking to, Supervisor Alejo, but I do hear. If I'm reading what you're saying, it's that there are situations in which there is abuse of county resources, and you want to ensure that we have very clear processes and policies in place that prevent the abuse of our contracting process at whatever the amount may be.
Absolutely.
So I would like to just acknowledge that request, and if there is direction that we can give with this motion, that ask contracts purchasing to maybe explore what additional policies or strategies can be put in place to ensure that the concerns that are being raised have a appropriate policy and procedure to address. So
Yes, ma'am.
if we could add that to the motion for approval, I would support the motion.
So if you are, I'm so sorry, but are you saying that you would vote to support changing it to 200 if there are
with additional direction to contracts purchasing to explore what additional policies could be put in place to ensure that we do not allow for abuse of public funds through contracting?
So would you want to add that to your motion? Okay. Okay, so the motion has been amended. And now we will have a roll call vote. And the roll call vote, is there possible for you to read that back to us?
Are you talking about the amendment that?
Right. So the motion actually was to
Approve.
accept the
Approve the item,
$200,000.
yes.
And now we've had an amendment added to it. So when we vote on this, if we vote yes, we are voting to support the changing the limit to $200,000. Okay, so now if we could have a roll call vote, please. Sorry, I've got too many people calling on me here. You're good? Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so here we go.
Supervisor Leho,
I appreciate the additional direction, but I'm a no for today. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, we will close our consent calendar. Thank you very much for coming up and helping us with this, Ms. Wilson. Thank you. And now we will go to the item on our calendar, which is general public comment. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda? And I see we have one hand raised. And we have one person coming forward.
Good day. Thank you.
Good day.
This has to do with perhaps abuse of resources. I'm not sure, and transparency. For several months now, I have taken video and pictures of Monterey County animal control vehicles spending an inordinate amount of time at a private apartment complex. On one particular day, one vehicle arrived at 9 a.m. The second vehicle arrived at 12. They both left at 3 and went over to Lowe's to go shopping. This has been going on for several months. I contacted Animal Control to ask if they take their vehicles home with them. One says yes, another one says no, but even if they do, 9 hours collectively at an apartment complex is a bit much. And then going to Lowe's to go shopping. Now I presented the video and the pictures to Mr. McKee's office and to County Council. And I would just like to know why this is. This is an agency that between Salinas Animal Control and Monterey County, they merged, they joined forces to take advantage of the volunteer structure that they have. So you have people volunteering their time to an agency who says they don't have funding, they don't have staff. We have animals lying dead in the road. No one handles the feral cat population. I do privately, so do a lot of other folks, while 2 paid employees sit at home. And I just would like to know why that is, and if somebody could address that. Because as I said, this has been going on for many months now. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your comments. Yes, Supervisor.
Madam Chair, just a quick comment. Yes, we are aware of the reports and appropriate investigations will occur. And unfortunately, we are limited on what we can disclose outside of an investigation. So, but just know that we are aware of the situation and looking into it.
Thank you very much. And now we have one other speaker, and it is a person whose telephone number ends in the 3 numbers 902.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Nina Beatty. I have 2 requests during public comment. In Santa Clara County, there is a proposal to allow a sand and gravel quarry on historic land of the Amamutsan tribe, and I asked the Board of Supervisors to agendize a letter, if you cannot do it administratively, to oppose this quarry and protect the land that's called Jurastack and protect the Amamutsan tribe's sacred territory. The second comment I want to make, I heard comments today on violence prevention, and we stand on the brink of a nuclear war with Russia. I am very disturbed at, we have 100,000 American military in Europe with the 101st Airborne now there, all of these people on the border of Ukraine, and comments made by the military that they're preparing for war with Russia. The 2014 coup d'etat that was funded by the U.S. and equipped and trained, that our Assistant Secretary of State admitted $5 billion were spent preparing this. Following that coup d'etat and the installation of an illegal government, there began an ethnic cleansing operation in the country against anyone who wasn't ethnically Ukrainian. That was meaning ethnically Russian, Jews, Polish people, as well as dissidents who opposed the illegal government. 14,000 people were killed. The Ukrainian flag did not come up on the podium at that time, even though 14,000 people, men, women, and children, the shelling of civilian areas was relentless. The Minsk agreements came into effect, but the Ukrainian government now admits it never planned to enforce those, and the U.S. government repeatedly violated them. And earlier this year, after Russia put forth draft agreements, which the U.S. ignored.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Beatty. I appreciate your coming to speak with us today. Thank you. I see no other hands raised and I see no one coming forward. So with that, we will close general public comment. I'm going to temporarily recess the Board of Supervisors of Monterey County, and I'm going to call to order the East Garrison Community Services District. We have a roll call, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with Directors Adams, Phillips, Root, Askew, and Lopez appearing in person, and Director Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on any item not on the agenda for the East Garrison Community Services District Board? Seeing no one coming forward and no hands raised, we have one item and it is on the consent calendar. Is there any member of the board that wishes to comment on this item? Any member of the public who wishes to comment? If we could please have a motion. Yes. Yeah, I see we do have someone whose hand is raised now. Do you wish to make your comment as a supervisor? Okay, thank you very much. I see, yes. Terry Short, your hand is raised if you'd like to make your comments.
Good morning, Chair Adams and Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much. I'm Terry Short, as most of you know, Chair of the East Garrison Community Services District Advisory Committee. I just wanted to take a minute to thank our East Garrison staff and Public Works for their work in determining an appropriate speed limit for Watkins Gate Road and West Camp Street. I would also like to say thank you to our residents of Watkins Gate for their patience over the last few years. Their cooperation allowed staff to complete the second traffic study, which was crucial for the recommendation of the 25 miles per hour speed limit that our community and the advisory committee fully support. This has been a long time for enforcement. Right now, there's a lot of speeding and there's been some dangerous conditions, and CHP nor the sheriff's office can issue any citations. So with this process beginning today, we were hoping that we'll have a posted enforceable speed limit by the end of December. And I just want to ask the board of directors to support staff's report. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Short. I see no additional hands raised at this point. With that, I believe that we have a motion for consent to approve.
I'll
Consent.
move. I'll
You'll
move
that.
our
Thank you
East
very much.
Garrison
I'll
consent.
second. We have a second motion and a second. If we could please have a roll call vote for the consent calendar.
Director Alejo.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Director Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And now I will adjourn the East Garrison Community Services District and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, Root Askew, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And now we will go into our scheduled matters for today. The first is item 15, which is to receive an equal opportunity and Civil Rights Advisory Commission's annual report. A great crew coming up to make the presentation. Thank you for being with us this morning. Good morning.
Apologize.
Technical.
Good morning. Might I offer a suggestion? We also have a presentation for the Commission on Disabilities that should be ready to go if we can switch order, and then we'll work on getting the presentation on the computer.
Do we need to have a motion to make that change in our agenda order? No, we can just do that. Okay, yes, let's go ahead and do that.
Thank you.
So instead of item 15, which we are putting on pause for the moment, we're going to have item number 16, which is to receive the Commission on Disabilities 2022 annual report. And we have someone coming forward to give that report for us. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Lisette Torres, and I'm a senior equal opportunity analyst with the Civil Rights Office. I support the office in various capacities, one of which is working alongside the Commission on Disabilities, sometimes referred as the COD. Today in the chambers is Civil Rights Officer Juan Rodriguez and the Commission on Disabilities Chairperson Nona Childress, who will be conducting the annual presentation. Commissioner Childress represents the city of Salinas and has been an active member of COD for over 3 years. I'll go ahead and hand it over to the COD Chairperson to present. Juan and myself will be available at the end of the presentation to answer any questions.
Thank you. Good morning, Board and Chair Adams. I am Nona Childress. I represent the City of Salinas on the Commission for Disabilities, and this is my second term as chair. The Commission on Disabilities was established by the Board of Supervisors in February of 2001, and we are tasked with representing the interests of the people in a community who have disabilities and making sure that they have equal access and opportunity, including in civic participation. We are represented by commissioners from supervisorial districts, from local cities, from the department head council, including Military and Veterans Affairs, from Housing and Community Development. We are looking to get someone on the board from that department. And community-based organizations such as MST, Monterey Salinas Transit, the Central Coast Center for Independent Living, Central Coast California Alliance for Health, Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services, Blind and Low Vision Centers, and other providers. We are always looking for new members to join. Please contact the Civil Rights Office if you are interested. Last spring, the Civil Rights Office led the Commission through several strategic planning sessions to ensure our mission and values align with the community's needs. These sessions were held publicly to allow any input from members of the public. Out of these sessions, we developed a 3-year strategic plan that was adopted in November. This includes an updated mission statement. We also developed a vision and set of values to promote the mission and purpose of the Commission. COD strategic plans also include specific goals and objectives to break down within that 3-year window. So our goals are to expand the visibility of the Commission in the community and the County of Monterey organizations. We also seek to develop ongoing partnerships with organizations that serve communities with disabilities. We seek to improve engagement efforts with communities with disabilities and to regularly provide reports and recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. Could I have the next slide, please? As I mentioned, these goals have been broken down into specific objectives. We have made progress on all of the specific objectives listed on your screen. Specifically, we are launching social media platforms. We want to create more visibility and of who we are and what we do. We are working closely with the Monterey County IT department to update the landing page on the Civil Rights Office website to get a dedicated page for the commission. On that website, we hope to have flyers, special COD announcements, and updates to resources so that they're easily accessible to members of the public. We have been working on putting together a provider list to identify new partnerships we can establish that would benefit people with disabilities. Along with that, we collect local statistics on community with disabilities to determine what resources are both available and needed. We particularly want to know about those unmet needs so that we can advocate for those to be met. And we have invited members of the board to present at our meetings and to attend the meetings. We are also committed to periodically providing reports to board, such as we are doing today. At our most recent meeting, we did receive a presentation from the Monterey County Free Libraries. They've got a lot of terrific access opportunities, and they have been really good partners in terms of making things accessible to the community with disabilities. I want to commend the board and ask for your advocacy in continued efforts to continue remote access to these public meetings. That is incredibly important, including having the transcripts available for those with hearing or auditory processing difficulties during the meetings. We've appreciated your efforts to include sign language interpretation when it is requested. And I want to ask you to advocate for continuing those even after the COVID state of emergency ends to the best of your ability. I believe that concludes most of the presentation. If you have specific questions regarding any of those slides, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation today. Do we have any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Root, ask you.
I do. I want to first of all start by thanking you for bringing this annual report to the Board of Supervisors. It's the annual report process, I think, is one that allows for our commissioners to have direct access to the Board of Supervisors. It allows for us to celebrate with you the accomplishments that you've achieved in the past year and to give our stamp of approval and offer support to the objectives that you've laid out for the coming year. A couple that I wanted to highlight specifically, the request that you're making for ongoing remote access with transcripts available, I think is incredibly reasonable. And I believe that it's something that I will continue to advocate for. I believe that there is support from this body in our legislative policy as well, legislative platform as well. So thank you for raising that. I wanted to call out objective 4.1, which is supporting your authority to periodically report at Board of Supervisors meetings. And I would encourage you to do so. You're always welcome here, whether it's in public comment where we can allow up to 3 minutes for a quick report out, or a consent agenda item that's just a written report that gets added to our agenda so that it's public information about what work is happening, or whether it's through a scheduled agenda item. I think it is important that we benefit from the advice and advisory duties of the commission. I did want to ask a question about the social media account. What is the tag for that? I'll make sure that we can promote that here in this meeting and make sure that we're all following that as well.
I believe, Juan, do you have a tag for that? But I'm not sure if that has actually been launched, but the aim is to launch the Facebook page with at least 50 followers.
Fabulous. Let us know when that goes live and we will make sure that we all do our part to promote that. And then one final question or suggestion, maybe as the commission thinks about future objectives. We've had a lot of opportunity to reflect on the role of emergency services in the Office of Emergency Management in times of crisis. And it is in times of crisis that we found so often that community members who aren't able to communicate in the same way or move throughout the community in the same way are oftentimes at risk of being left behind with critical information or access to evacuation routes. And I would very much be interested in seeing if there's an opportunity for the Commission on Disabilities to meet with our emergency planners to help provide the emergency planners with advice and guidance about how we can best plan to ensure the safety and health and well-being of all residents, including those residents of our community who have disabilities in times of crisis, where we need to urgently get information to people, or we need to urgently ask people to follow life-saving directions from OES. So that would be one request that I would make moving forward. But thank you so much for the presentation and for the work that you're doing out of the Civil Rights Office with the staff, as well as the volunteers who are committing their time to providing the county with this advice and guidance.
Thank you. In response, I will state that some commissioners have occasionally attended the Access and Functional Needs meeting through the Office of Emergency Services, and the AFM team is very conscious of that, and they are doing a good job. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudasky. Any other comments from the board?
Thank you for your presentation.
Are there any through Zoom? Are there any public comments or questions through Zoom?
I will ask, I do not, yes, I see now, I see someone's hand raised. How does everybody know this but me? Okay, let me finish with our board and then I will go to the Zoom participants. Thank you. Any other comments from the board members?
I'm hand raised, Madam Chair.
Right, I'm with Supervisor Lopez at the moment, and then I'll come to you.
Just a continued appreciation for the work that you do. I know that a lot of it is volunteer work, and for us as a board, we can't accomplish the goals that you set out without collaboration and you lending your voice to the process. And bringing it forward in this forum is critically important for every resident who might be feeling the same thing, concerned about the same process and question. And so I just want to say thank you for being here today, for helping us shine light on these needs, and look forward to the continued collaboration.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, agreed. I appreciate all the commissioners and our chair for making this presentation today. I think we need that additional community input on how our county could better serve our residents with disabilities. But I think I would agree with what Supervisor Askew just said, because I think it was a civil grand jury that raised one issue, that during the pandemic, at least early on, there was a lack of communication for the sign language community. And it's those things, and perhaps it got fixed shortly after the brief period that was reviewed by the civil grand jury on the onset of the pandemic. But I want to make sure that during this time that we take that opportunity to just make sure that it just becomes a regular practice. And when there's major disasters, fires or floods or tsunami warnings, that our county have that translation. There's an earthquake right now.
Oh, I just felt that. Yes, there's an earthquake that's happening just at the moment.
Shaking, yep. Was that settled for a little bit?
No, it's continuing to happen.
Well, the last thing I would say to our county council was a question just about the ability to continue to meet remotely. And I know the state of emergency is set to end at the end of February. So the question was, at least for those commissioners that are disabled, the question for county council would be, could they request continue to use remote, the ability to use remote access as an accommodation to their disability? I know that perhaps wasn't specified in the recent legislation, but we did advocate as a county that it should be allowed for, especially for commissioners in a county like ours that come from such a long way. But the question raised here was for commissioners that perhaps have physical limitations. Could they request that as an accommodation to their disability so they could participate as a commissioner?
So Supervisor, in response to your question, we are currently preparing a memo to explain what AB 2449 will provide beginning in March of next year, provided the governor does follow up and terminate his state of emergency. But the traditional methods of teleconferencing will still be available under the Brown Act, and but that would require that the remote location be open to the public, that the location be posted on the agenda, et cetera. I'm not sure as I sit here that the quote just cause or emergency remote participation as allowed under AB 2449 would apply, but we're still assessing it and we'll advise when we get through that analysis.
And that was a concern all along, right? That any commissioner would have to open their home to the public if it is posted on the agenda under the Brown Act. But the question here is a little bit more specific to someone with disabilities. Could they request an accommodation to their disability to participate if that is what allows them to continue to participate? So it's a reasonable accommodation aspect to disability law that I'm asking if the county would be able to accommodate that under such a request.
We'll take a look at that question, Supervisor.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Alejo. And I see that we do have one member of the public whose hand is raised. And if you could please unmute yourself and you're on, Ms. Beatty.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I wanted to comment on I'm disabled, and I'm disabled by electromagnetic sensitivity. Increasing the visibility on this disability is essential. There are many, many people in this county that are disabled like I am. The phrase unmet needs, there are many, many unmet needs by this population. It's an underserved or even unserved group of people who are very, very vulnerable to exposures in their community. I have experienced some accommodations from the county and from local jurisdictions and also from private companies, but there are many more things that need to be done. EMS disabled people are discriminated against routinely countywide in services, activities, and facilities of local governments. And hearing chambers, which are supposed to be accessible to disabled people, are not accessible to me and other people who are electromagnetically sensitive. So that violates the Brown Act. Remote access until these chambers become accessible is essential because it's the only way we have to access governance. But these chambers were often made put Wi-Fi internet over the protests of me or others who said, don't do this because it's a barrier for people like me. Permitting is another aspect where there's been discrimination against me and others like me. The Fair Housing Amendment Act is clear about making housing, not discriminating in housing, and yet increasing levels and installations of Wi-Fi and cell towers and smart meters and other wireless devices have been essentially redlining neighborhoods and communities against people like me. The public right-of-way isn't accessible. Essential services, the blocking the use and enjoyment of my home, and others I know who've been actually shut out of communities. Internet and I have more comments, and this is on disability, so ask for disabled accommodation to be able to finish my brief remarks.
Ms. Beatty, I'm so sorry that we are not able to accommodate you at this point with your comments, but thank you so much. What I'm hopeful you'll do is send us your comments in an email, and that would be, we would be able to enter it into the record then. Thank you very much. I'm seeing no other hands raised. Supervisor Alejo, is that a legacy hand you have up?
It is, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I am going to close item number 16 and see if we are ready to go back to item number 15. Thank you. Are you ready to go? Okay, thank you. And just for the record, my understanding is cursorily information is that there was a 5-point earthquake up in the area, just Santa Clara County. Any further information?
Yeah, that's all the information we have at this point. We're making sure that all facilities are being checked, roads and bridges and those kinds of things, just to make sure everything is safe. We don't have any reports of damages or injuries here in Monterey County. Obviously, if somebody sees something, please let the appropriate authorities know that there's an issue. But right at this point, we don't have any evidence or information of any damages here.
Thank you very much. Good news. Thank you. Welcome for your presentation now.
Hello. Okay. Thank you for your patience as we got that together. But good morning, members of the public, Board of Supervisors, and our county colleagues. My name is Nadia Velarde, and I'm an Associate Equal Opportunity Analyst with your county Civil Rights Office. I'm happy to be here today. I help manage our Equal Opportunity and Civil Rights Advisory Commission. So I'm happy to be here today with our chairperson, Dion, who will be presenting to you all the EOCRAC's annual report.
Hello, my name is Dion Ibarra. I'm the commissioner, or I'm the chairperson of the Equal Opportunity and Civil Rights Commission, also abbreviated as you see as the EOCRAC. I'm happy to be here today to present our commission's annual report and to highlight the work that we've been doing. I usually get to listen to reports, so it's good for me to be on this other side. The commission was formed in 1972, and it advises and makes recommendations to the Board of Supervisors on matters relating to equal opportunity as part of the county's Equal Opportunity Plan. The commission reviews and makes recommendations regarding the progress of department plans in hiring and promotion of women and people of color and furtherance of the goals of the county's Equal Opportunity Plan. We're grateful for the diversity we have on our commission to do this work. Our commission is also a great model for diversity that can be modeled throughout all commissions and boards through our county. But the commission consists of representatives from the various community organizations, Salinas Valley Pride, NAACP, etc., the Monterey County Sheriff's Association, the Monterey County Department Heads of Council, each supervisorial district, Commission on Disabilities, Commission on the Status of Women, Monterey County Employees Association, SEIU Local 521, a community organization representing the local indigenous community and indigenous community from Mexico. This diversity allows for different perspectives on the work. For example, it is useful when asking questions about hiring challenges that we have representatives from the Monterey County Department Heads Council. Next slide. So we have some highlights here from our annual report. This year, we made 3 amendments to bylaws to add 1 representative from the Commission on Disabilities, 1 representative of a community organization that represents the indigenous community from the geographical area currently known as Monterey County, and 1 representative of a community organizations that representing an indigenous community of Mexico residing in Monterey County. And we also have ad hoc committee to review equal opportunity plans. The Equal Opportunity and Civil Rights Advisory Commission created an ad hoc committee to review departmental equal opportunity plans. The ad hoc committee consisted of representatives from District 4, District 5, and the Commission on the Status of Women. The ad hoc committee looked closely at the department equal opportunity plans and identified areas for improvement. This was the foundation for the commission's work on departmental equal opportunity plans in 2022. Our other highlight is the Equal Opportunity Plan compliance for 2022. In late 2020, we implemented a compliance process to enforce the March 31st deadline for the submittal of each department's. Next slide. And as a result of applying this procedure for the Equal Opportunity Plan compliance, we have seen a 65% increase in compliance from departments from 2020 to 2022. We are happy that this has been successful and look forward to working further, reviewing the EOPs and making recommendations of the progress of departmental plans and furtherance of the EOP goals for equal opportunity. Another highlight we mentioned were the amendments to our bylaws to increase representation. As a result of these amendments, we are currently recruiting for community organizations that represent indigenous community of Mexico residing in Monterey County, a community organization representing the indigenous communities from the geographical area currently known as Monterey County, as well as the Commission on Disabilities. If anyone is watching, is interested in joining our commission under one of these seats, please reach out to us. And our last slide, we just thank you for your time. We can be contacted through any of the above ways if you're interested in being part of the commission. With that, we take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. You're becoming a regular here, Ms. Ibarra.
Yeah, it's nice to be here in person.
Thank you so much. Starting with Supervisor Phillips, any questions or comments?
No questions. I just appreciate the work that you're doing. So, and so much of it volunteerism. So appreciate it.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez?
Ditto. Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Rudascu?
Many of my comments from the earlier presentation apply here as well. It's so helpful to know the work that you're doing. And when we're talking about the county's equal opportunity plan and the opportunity for individuals who may not have had models ahead of them or paths paved to follow, it is so important because we know that, as with this board, with all boards, that we all benefit when we have a diversity of lived experiences and perspectives in positions of leadership, whether that be, hired department head positions, positions at every level of county government. We're better able to serve our residents when we bring the benefit and the value of those diverse lived experiences into all areas of the county. So I just want to commend and appreciate and recognize how important the work that you're doing is and how challenging it can feel, because I think sometimes we have this sense or this assumption that, the work has already been done and there is opportunity for everyone and opportunity is equal across the board. And unfortunately, we know that the data tells us that that's not true and that's not the case, and that we still do have so much more work to do. So just want to acknowledge that reality and the tension that exists between, I think, some of the assumptions and then some of what your data and your research is telling us we still need to keep working on. So thank you, and keep up the good work and keep us posted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I just had a couple of quick questions as well, followed by thank you again so much for all of the work that you're putting into this. I think it really does make a difference in our county and in our community. But I just wanted to know if you could share just a little bit more with us about the kinds of things that you look for when you review the county department equal opportunity plan.
We can probably all speak on that but what we're looking for is that in the hiring process, mostly in the recruitment, that there's a diverse group of people that are being recruited and interviewed. And so we ask a lot of questions about hiring practices within each county office.
So it's a kind of a vague question, but how do you think we're doing in terms of diversity in our hiring practices?
I think there's like
Supervisor Rudascu
yes, was saying, Supervisor Askew, is that there's still a lot of work to be done. But the great thing is, because our commission is diverse, that the questions are being asked to the departments on how they can get there. And I really can't say enough that if we didn't have people speaking from so many different perspectives and having the lens from their communities, the questions just wouldn't be being asked. And so I appreciate so much this board, because we can ask the questions. And then sometimes like, of course that community would know that to ask that question. I couldn't, and I wouldn't, because I don't have the lived experience. So I think the commission is, again, a great model for how to make sure that diversity is coming to the top, and that they can look for the areas, the weak areas, as well as the strengths.
Excellent. Good. And then I noticed that the commission was formed 50 years ago. That's quite a marker. I think just want to commend you all again so much for the work that you're doing. And I know that we as a county can do better. And I think that it's very helpful to have the lens that you bring to our board, so that we are able to continue on the path of improving our abilities to just really be far more inclusive and much more supportive of a lot of things that are going on now. In fact, I was thinking when we were talking earlier, we were getting the presentation on the Commission on Disabilities, And I was thinking about people who have vision issues, people who are blind. Yet one of the points that was made is, what is our goal? What is our vision? And I just thought that's a curious word to use. And I'm wondering if there was a different word that could be used, since vision is something that you might have internally, but is a limiting factor.
Yeah, and those are the important conversations that we need to be having. So it's great that it's coming up, and that when someone comes and presents, it's like, oh yeah, hadn't thought of that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm. Well, thank you so much. I
Thank you.
very much appreciate the work that you're doing. And I see that we have Nina. I always want to say Nina. Nina Beatty has her hand raised from the public. So for public comment, if you would please like
Yes,
to speak. Thank you,
yes,
Nina.
this is Nina Beatty. I want to thank the Commission for adding Indigenous representation and disabled representation. That's critical. Both these populations have critical needs overall, and have experienced much discrimination, especially the Indigenous community in this area. Though there's some progress, I see continued ignorance of the Americans with Disabilities Act and Amendments Act, and Fair Housing Act and the Amendments Act, and violation of each of those. There's active discriminatory conduct by county, cities, and other local agencies and school districts against people, including for myself, people who are disabled by electromagnetic sensitivity. This includes children. And there's a refusal to accommodate often, and creating situations that are actively discriminatory, and in my case exacerbate my disability. Permitting is an example of by planning officials has been unwilling to do any accommodations and has been ignoring their obligations under state and federal rules to make disabled accommodations, and permitting as far as access to roads and access to homes. So I urge you to undertake to look with a much sharper lens on what is really a growing problem. Increasing numbers of people are becoming electromagnetically sensitive and disabled by that under the ADA and state definitions of disability. And though the county adopted a resolution back in 2017, it was unwilling to renew it in subsequent years, recognizing electromagnetic sensitivity and the disability that it can be, that is horrifying people's lives. I mean, I know many people who have been shut out of their communities.
Thank you again for your comments, Ms. Beatty. Thank you. And I see Supervisor Alejo, is that a legacy hand?
No, I wanted to speak as I have not had the chance. I just wanted to just have an opportunity to thank all the civil rights team for the great work they're doing. This team works a lot behind the scenes, but the work they do is imperative to make sure our county is just, it's equitable, and it provides greater opportunities to all our residents and all our departments. So I just wanted to express my support. And I know earlier this year, they, in a friendly way, nudged some of our departments to get those equal opportunity plans in. But the important part is making sure they're in and then implementing them throughout the year. So I just wanted to commend the whole team, that we recognize your work and we appreciate all you do for Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Alejo. And with that, I don't think that we need to have a motion. We will simply receive the report with a great deal of thanks for all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us today. So we will now close item 15. We've done item 16, and we will now go to the last agenda item of the morning, which is item 17. A very important, all things are important, but this one is especially so. And we're going to receive information on the role of the Monterey County Governing for Racial Equity Initiative, the GRE, for planning and participation in the countywide racial equity learning cohort, also known as Calibre. And I am so pleased that we have Rosemary Soto here today to do the presentation for us. Is this like a swan song?
You see.
Okay, looks like we have it up on the screen.
Sorry, folks.
Don't worry, we're not going to take the resolution away from you.
How do we get out of here now? Trying to stop sharing the screen. I think you went to screen share. Zoom. Okay, here, yeah. Now what do you see? Can I see that? There. Finally.
Looks like you got it.
Okay, good morning. Is it still morning? All right. So you see, even the earth couldn't handle my farewell, yo. Just kidding. Well, good afternoon. My name is Rosemary Soto with the County Administrative Office, and with me, we have an amazing team that is going to co-present with me and share with you an update on our participation in the Colibri Racial Equity Learning Cohort that took place over the last year. Colibri is an acronym, and it stands for, since we love acronyms, right? Stands for Collaboratively Organizing for Liberation, Inclusion, and Breaking Racial Inequities. And if you recall, GARE was a learning institute that we participated in, and GARE stands for the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. And it is an institution of a learning institute of Race Forward. Race Forward is a national organization that is doing tremendous work leading the nation in down this path of governing for racial equity and equity in other industries as well, in areas of expertise. So what we being our county GRE team and the city of Salinas, they also have a team as well. For the past several years, participated in a learning experience, and we traveled up to Oakland. And we knew that while that was a tremendous part of our learning and our being able to continue to bring this work into our communities, we needed something that was different and tailored to us, to the needs of our communities. So we advocated strongly so that Colibri could be made possible. And we developed a learning experience that was tailored to our needs and the issues that we face here locally, and that centered community voice in that learning experience. Through GARE, it was really only 4 individuals working within systems and government systems and governing bodies, but Colibri was different in that there was a requirement that every team that was going to focus on a specific issue was had to have community residents be a part of that learning experience. So we were not just learning together, but we were also developing universal goals and strategies for how to reach those goals and how to address those issues that we found in the specific areas that we focused on. And that was a unique experience, and one that I hope will continue, and that it really just drove home the point of the importance of centering community voice in everything we do from beginning to end. So with that, that learning experience included setting up the foundation to learning about what is our own local history with not just your explicit personal racism, but institutional racism. Sometimes it's very difficult to understand the difference between all the different levels and types of racism that exist. And
while we may not see a lot of the explicit, blatant personal racism on the street or in our communities, some of it will, some people might argue and say, yes, we do, but there are times that we might confuse that with institutional racism and structural racism. And that's something that we see in our in many of our policies. And so setting that foundation of learning of what that means to us here in our community, we also acknowledged and learned about the resistance and the activism in our communities. And there was a lot of, Monterey County is rich in terms of that history. And it was a great experience to hear from elders and to those that are still around and continue to do this great work on their own as well. What we began with was a 5-month learning series in 2020. At the height of the pandemic, we had to restructure and think about how do we do this, because we had planned an in-person training that was going to last the full 12 months. And we started with a 5-month series in 2020 that covered the areas here in your far left in the learning, that covered, the digital divide, what was going on, what came forward in terms of racial inequities through the pandemic, and then the housing crisis, and what does that mean for us when you look at it through a racial equity lens, and also the school to prison pipeline through that racial equity practice. We then jumped into how do we bring that into action? It's not just about learning, but how do you mobilize and actually operationalize what we've learned? And with that, we also were able to develop the teams. We heard from, we collected information from community about what were the priority areas that had the most issues, or the issues that we were very much concerned about. And after a prioritization process with community members, we arrived at those collaborative teams that community members were a part of as well. We learned that targeted universalism was an approach that definitely had some proven success in terms of systems change and transformation. And we also conducted an explicit, race explicit intersectional analysis as well. And looking at how do we bring home community-driven solutions as part of our learning process. The end goal, and many of our teams are still working towards this, is to have some racial equity action plans. These plans will continue to be developed, as well as looking at how do we implement that planning, and the advocacy that comes with making sure that the solutions that are in that plan are adequately resourced. We can move mountains when we are adequately resourced and supported, right? But without that, that there's definitely a need to make that ask of our partners and the governing parties that are a part of this Colibri initiative. And there's always that measuring for success, right? How do you evaluate what we've learned and the impact of that? This is the Colibri model, which basically covers, the target universalism approach to systems change. And the heart of the Colibri is Spanish for hummingbird. And, so we're looking at the heart of that is community-driven solutions. The wings, which give us that flight, right, would be the collaborative teams that balance power. That is the beauty of coming together and doing this work with communities, because you have individuals in key positions and decision-making positions that are working hand in hand with community members, and that brings a whole lot of balance to power. And then the tail is the race explicit intersectional analysis, learning how to identify where are those opportunities for change by looking at where do we see the most explicitness when it comes to race. And so I'm going to pause here because I'd like to introduce my colleague Melanie Beretti in the housing and community development. She was part of the leadership team that participated in this particular team. We're going to just kind of briefly run through the teams that were represented by individuals representing the county. So,
thank you, Rosemary. Chair, Board, thanks for having me today. I'm Melanie Beretti, Principal Planner with the Housing Community Development Department. I really want to thank the board for supporting GARE and Colibri and share with you the experience of my colleagues and myself who participated in the housing subgroup with our community members and participants to really take a deep dive into housing issues. So without doubt, the most powerful and invaluable aspect was hearing the lived experiences of our community members. The Colibri format allowed for trust building and a deeper dialogue amongst participants than staff would really ever be able to get outside of that format traditionally. And the process of mindfully crafting our universal goal statement, which I believe Rosemary may share, where every single word had meaning and support from the group, really afforded us all a true understanding of what mattered most to each of us. So my colleagues and I have been able to apply the lessons learned at Colibri throughout the year. We've had collaboration between HCD and the health department, which expanded to include multiple county departments to explore the feasibility of an education program regarding racially restrictive covenants, which the board recently supported. Within the Housing Community Development Department, we've conducted a department level race equity training, and we'll be conducting a baseline organizational equity assessment in the coming months. And then I've worked personally with my advanced planning team to enhance our policy development work by establishing relationships with a number of community advocacy organizations for ongoing collaboration, developing procedures for community meetings, and an approach to outreach to more meaningfully engage our Spanish-speaking community members. And we're in the process of integrating a boots-on-the-ground approach to our draft community participation plan for our housing, safety, and environmental justice elements that are getting underway. So I really look forward to continuing my growth and equity work, both personally and professionally, with my colleagues and community. Thank you.
And next we have Drs. Krista Honey and Dr. Harris.
Chair, supervisors and staff, thank you. And again, yes, thank you from my heart for being allowed to participate in the Colibri process. It was during the time of COVID and us working more remotely, often that monthly real pick-me-up to meet with community members, to share together as we worked on the Access to Care or Esperanza Care action team. I would like to also really do a nod. They're not able to be here today, but my co-facilitators were Maria Elena Monzo from Mujeres en Acción and Sari Martinez from CBDIO, and then the many other participants that we had, both from staff and from community members. Many of them were community health workers that were going through the VITA project and really bringing back those stories that were really instrumental to developing a vision together on access to care. So when the idea was brought forward for an access to care action team, it was about expansion to Esperanza Care. As we began talking and working and also seeing what was happening up at the state level with this real movement for expansion to Medi-Cal, it became this vision with being community driven, and through those conversations and looking at data where all Monterey County residents have access to free, quality, holistic, comprehensive medical, vision, dental, mental health care. And it's available in a timely manner, regardless of whether it's immigration or socioeconomic status, and that it would be culturally congruent and competent and compassionately delivered. So they were speaking to not only having access by having insurance, but also to addressing a variety of other barriers that may be there as you try to access services. So what was happening then, as we went forward with strategies, and really, again, led by the community and interfacing with staff at our monthly meetings, was how we could help with the expansion to Medi-Cal for people who are 50 and older, regardless of documentation status, get more prepared for that further expansion for those 26 to 49 coming in 2024, and how we continue to help with that systems navigation and to try to keep expanding on that with trusted messengers that are connecting people to whether it's Medi-Cal or Esperanza Care, and getting the word out about how to connect and how to stay connected, and then how to navigate the systems. There is also in our recently released community health needs assessment that showed that the many barriers that they spoke to with those stories are there in the data. So we do have that to really push forward on this action plan. And we have partners that are emerging as part of that. Besides Natividad, we also have the VITA CBOs that are participating. And we also have other community groups now that are coming forward as part of other systems navigation that may help people to access. So for example, Loaves, Computers and Fishes as part of the recent digital navigation access event that we had this weekend. And so those strategies will be carried forward by a broad team out in the community and working with staff. I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Harris, CEO of Natividad, who was part of the action team to speak to also Natividad's goals.
Thank you, Krista. I appreciate it. And good afternoon, I guess, at this point, Chair and members of the board, and of course, the community. And I just want to say thank you for helping push this forward. And as you said, Chair Adams, Rosemary's swan song. But thank you, Rosemary, for helping to lead this. You know, for Natividad and myself, you know, Colibri is about coming together as a community. And we all know that Natividad and the health department staff, we have an amazing group of folks that are very mission driven and thought leaders that bring about things like Esperanza Care to help the community. But at the end of the day, this program is about that community and the community that we serve and the remaining uninsured that are out there. And I really thought it was critically important, and Colibri embraces this and really makes it at the center. It's about listening and learning from our community and how we serve and how we best serve our community moving forward. And really what I look forward to most is, and Krista alluded to this, is really making that difference and providing that holistic care to our entire community as we move forward and work with our community leaders in closing that remaining gap for those between 26 and 49 and as we move forward. It's an exciting time and it's something we have to do together.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the other team that included members of our county family was the Monterey County Justice Reform Team. And our co-facilitators of this team was Rosalind Green from Building Healthy Communities and Sue Perez from Whites for Racial Equity and NCBI. We also had members of the District Attorney's Office and the probation Deputy Chief was a part of this team as well. And our team focused, it included, we also held a focus group with many community organizations and grassroots groups that serve or work with individuals who have been impacted or systems involved. And our vision, our universal goal was that, you know, all people are treated with respect and dignity, with all rights protected during interactions with the justice system, as measured by increasing justice systems data management and transparency, changing hiring practices, retention, and upward mobility. We saw that there's a lot of work to be done in this area, not just with the education and learning about how this our local justice system can be made better and can be improved upon to better serve our community residents that it touches. And with that, we intend to hold a justice summit, much like what we experienced when we went up to Seattle, where we were able to talk to other law enforcement agencies and justice partners who have long invested in the work in bringing in racial equity into their practices. And so this is something that we can look forward to in the near future, and an investment in not just more of housing, but shelters that will create that supportive network for those community members that are re-entering our society. And we want to make sure that they're as supported as possible to be successful. And also in terms of reform versus rebuilding our current system, we'd want to, focus on addressing those systemic issues that perpetuate the school to prison pipeline. Depending on who you talk to, there's always a debate of whether that is in fact in existence or how does that work? And there's really a need to develop more of a shared understanding around what defines the school to prison pipeline, and how are we seeing that impact our communities and our youth in a negative way. Then there's an investment that needs to happen in creating job opportunities for youth who have been incarcerated, as well as increasing funding for our public defenders. There's a Senate bill that I believe that we were discussing quite a bit during this year, and also understanding what is systemic racism again, and what is the history of the Black and Brown unity around this particular area. And we also felt that, the idea to, close the youth center is a good one in theory, but how do we really make something like that happen in a way that is congruent and is helpful for all, not just those who are managing those systems, but those who are impacted by their participation in the system. Now, I will transition just to share this list here that shows, what were the departments that were represented in Colibri. Clearly, there's opportunity for more to participate, especially as Colibri grows to expand into other focus areas and other action teams are developed. There will be other departments that might find a place in those particular teams. The Colibri team, these are this list on the right are other partners that participated, and that these were other action teams that were formed. The first 5 Monterey County was particularly focused on early childhood education and early care. The city of Seaside and city of Salinas both focused on building a participatory budgeting process and really intentionally engaging the community in that budgeting process. And I know that's something that has come up here with your board as an area of interest, and how do we make that happen? So it can be possible, but it does take a lot of work. I've talked to those colleagues that are focused on that area, and there is the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District that is focused on also resident engagement in their decision-making processes across the board, and MCOE, Monterey County Office of Education, focused on equity in alternative education and early care as well. I want to transition at this point. We brought forward in this action today that we will ask of the Board of Supervisors is to formally readopt, if that's even a word, but in 2017, we presented to you a racial equity statement that was developed by the county team that participated in GARE during that year. And this to the right is that a racial equity statement. Unfortunately, at that time, it was not embedded in the resolution. And so you fast forward to 2022, oftentimes it becomes a question about whether if it is an actually adopted, because it's not in the format of a resolution. So we want to comply and make sure that it is. And so along with this report, there is the ask that we again reaffirm the county commitment to not just our county values, but also the commitment to supporting the Governing for Racial Equity initiative and this public statement. And I think with that, I also want to just share and introduce my colleague here, Natalie Alfaro Frazier, who will be taking the helm. And so I forgot my baton, but this is the point in which I want to just express my gratitude once again to the board for your support of the development and the implementation of Governing for Racial Equity. It has been an honor to serve my community through this particular initiative, which clearly is an initiative that is probably not just embedded in my practice, but embedded in me. It's like, I feel like it runs through my veins. So I want to just go ahead and take this moment to acknowledge that Natalie is now taking the helm, and I commend Juan Rodriguez for this hire. I think Natalie is definitely going to work miracles here, and not to set such a high expectation, but I'd want to go ahead and introduce Natalie if you'd like to share a little bit about you. And I believe Juan might have a few words if you'd like.
Hi, I'm Natalie Alfaro Frazier. In August, started with the Civil Rights Office as a senior analyst, and really grateful for this opportunity to continue the work that Rosemary and so many of our colleagues and community members started truly years ago. And I actually had an opportunity to be in some of those really, really early meetings with the Building Healthy Communities when I was working with restorative justice partners. So I am a longtime Monterey County resident, grew up here, went through Monterey County schools, went to school at Miss. So this is home, and it means a lot to me to be back in the county that I grew up in, and to be able to recommit into giving back to the community that raised me. And in the work of racial equity and equity practices is something that is close to my heart, that I've been working on professionally for a long time. And I look forward to honoring the work that has already been done and helping move the work forward with the county family, but also with the community members in Monterey County. That's what I have to share. I don't know, Juan, if you had anything.
Good afternoon, I guess now. At this point, Juan Rodriguez, Civil Rights Officer. I'm not going to even touch that introduction. It was perfect. I was present during Rosemary's resolution, so I know we have giant shoes to fill. We're honored that the board trusts us with that work, and we're also very grateful to Rosemary for everything that she's done, and we hope to build off of that work that she's done. So we're very grateful for that. Thank you.
And that concludes this update. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Rosemary. And it's very lovely to have you with us. I'm sure we'll look forward to a good future together. Before I make my remarks, I'll go down to the end to my colleagues. So first we'll have Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you for the presentation, and we really have made progress. And as Dr. Harris mentioned, it really takes a team, and seeing so much of the county involved, and not just the county, the cities and the communities. That's the only way we're going to recognize and bring about these changes. And I know we talked about, and I think we're all learning from this. Myself, when we went up to Washington, and we learned and started growing from what they were teaching us. And we had California Endowment present to Rancho Cielo to bring it some of their ideas and focus on us. So I commend you for what we do, and I certainly we want to adopt the statement. So thank you. Good seeing you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, thank you for the work. I think the question at the end of the day, the recommended action is something I'll absolutely be able to support. I think the critical piece for me, though, is recognition that the work is never done. No matter where we arrive and we think this is a good place, there's more to be done, specifically because as an organization of 5,000 people, there's always new people coming on board that need to be retrained to understand the work and the positions and the ethos that this organization believes in and carries. And so I appreciate the significance of the passing of the baton here, and that in itself is a recognition that the work must continue. But I do appreciate the continued efforts and the reaffirmation of this commitment throughout the different departments and all those that came forward today to talk about how the work has impacted them. There's still a lot of work left to do, and there always will be. And I think that's an important recognition that we all must make in order to realize where we're going together. But thank you for your work and for your commitment to the work.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Rudascu.
Yeah, thank you. The work that the county has done starting 8-10 years ago to open this conversation and to walk this path and to strategically and thoughtfully bring leadership from across all of our departments along, I think is commendable and significant. And the way in which we commit to learning together, I think, is what's going to allow us to be successful in making the changes that are necessary, and recognizing that so much of the change that's needed is really based in trust and relationships, and building those relationships so that we trust one another. And Rosemary, again, I just want to recognize that you really have been such a significant factor in bringing people together in ways that meet them where they're at, so that we can all engage and grow together. And and also recognizing that the work of governing for racial equity isn't the work of any one person. It really is the work of all of us. But but I do need to recognize that it takes somebody to help welcome and bring people to the table. So how we navigate forward without Rosemary and the relationships and the trust that you've managed to build among our county team is a big challenge that I think collectively we all need to figure out how we're going to continue to keep that momentum going. So just acknowledging that piece of this whole puzzle. The other thing that I just to call out that, yes, absolutely, we need to reaffirm our county values to ensure equitable outcomes and opportunities for every resident of Monterey County. And we had a really difficult conversation and vote a couple of weeks ago that I think fundamentally it gets at this very commitment, that if we are going to make commitments like this, we can't just make this commitment today without acknowledging that things like our budget and the allocation of county resources structurally needs to be done in a way that ensures full transparency and ensures equitable access for every resident and ensures the ability for resources to find their way to where they're needed most. And the concerns that I raised when we had this conversation a few weeks ago were that we've found ourselves in a space as a board where we're making one-off budget decisions that feel equitable in their one-off decision-making, but that fundamentally our budget process needs to be considered so that it's done in a way that is fundamentally, structurally, systemically equitable, that fundamentally, systemically puts our values, aligns our values with the allocation of county resources. And we still have a lot of work to do to achieve that goal. And so I'm using this presentation as another opportunity to call out the reality that we are not there yet, that we continue to make one-off decisions that feel good, but allow an inequitable structural budgeting system to continue, one that isn't led by our values, doesn't ensure that resources make it to South County when the supervisor from South County is saying there are value-based priorities that need to be focused on here, one that doesn't acknowledge where the community knows how they fit into the process, one that doesn't give priority to requests that find their way into the process outside of the normal structure. So I'm challenging us as a board to recognize that, to acknowledge it, to call it out, and to continue not just to readopt a resolution affirming equitable outcomes and opportunities for every resident, but to fundamentally do the work, the difficult, challenging work that sets our systems and policies up so that they are equitable fundamentally for everybody. So thank you for letting me go on that tangent. But I think my point being is that I am committed deeply to the work that we've done here, and that our community is relying on us as a board and as leaders to build systems that allow them equitable access, so that they don't have to rely on who you know or what power structure you have access to. That is not an equitable system. So we've got our hands full, and I think this is the first step, though. This continues to be a step in the right direction, and I'm just so grateful that the county affirms these values and challenge us to lean in a little farther.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudescu. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I think it's all been well said, Madam Chair. I agree with everything that my colleagues have said, and definitely support reaffirming this and just incorporate it into our policies further. But I would say that the more important part is in our decision making, and I want to commend our colleagues for incorporating some of these policies in some of our decisions, whether it was recently on the streets and sidewalks for San Lucas that Supervisor Lopez is celebrating tomorrow, or the behavioral health clinic from all our folks at our health department extending services in South County, and now a new clinic in East Salinas, the VITA program that helped those falling through the cracks during the pandemic and who continue to do good work. These are all examples for me where the board recognized the need, that there were constituents, residents who were not being adequately served or served as they should. And we diverted resources to them to better serve them. And I think we need to continue to do more of that. There's a lot of more disadvantaged communities that I think need investment that they deserve, including San Ardo and Pajaro and Las Lomas. These are all places that have been asking for additional resources. So it's when we make those kind of budgetary and policy decisions that I think really carry out this work that is laid out in this mission statement here. I think that's how the community sees it. That's how they feel it. That's how they see it become a reality in their neighborhoods and where they live, and in their schools where their children attend. So I like this. So Madam Chair, I certainly like to make the motion to approve this staff recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosemary, just thank you so much for all of the work that you have put into this over the last 8 years. You've really just raised the bar for all of us. It's been amazing what you've been able to accomplish. And I think that the work of governing for racial equity really helped inform the county's whole COVID-19 response. You know, just as a key example of how the county can make policy decisions that really considered racial equity and resulted in better outcomes for all of us, and it was nationally recognized because of the unique approach that we took, but that had a whole lot to do with you and for the programs that you have put in place. You had talked about collaboration, that it's key, and I absolutely agree with you there. And I feel like you've shown us how to do it and what can be accomplished by it. And I feel, as Supervisor Rudasky said, now it's up to us to make sure that it continues, but more importantly, that we make sure that it thrives and gets even stronger. So I appreciate very much all of the work that you've done, and you've given us some good ideas, and you seem to have laid the groundwork well for someone coming up behind you to take the reins. And, you know, it might be a swan song, but you're welcome back anytime. So thank you. And with that, we have a motion to adopt the revised resolution incorporating the racial equity statement. I'll go out to the public. Sorry, I forgot to do that. And I do not see anyone's hands raised at this point. So we will, I will second the motion that Supervisor Alejo has made and ask for a roll call vote.
That went away.
You know, yeah, I've already closed the item. So if we could please have the vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for the great presentation, and I look forward to seeing the work continue. At this time now, we will recess to lunch, and we will reconvene at 2:00.
We did it. It's over. Okay. Let me go ahead. Oh, thanks, Nick. How do I get out of here? I need to
Mic number one, mic number one. Mic number four, mic number four. Mic number five, mic number five. Mic number seven, mic number seven. Mic number eight, mic number eight. Mic number 11, mic number 11. Mic number 12, mic number 12. Staff mic one, staff mic one.
Clerk's mic.
Staff mic two. Podium mic, podium mic. Wireless mic, wireless mic.
Wireless mic, wireless mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, October 25th, 2022. Could we please have a roll call?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present. We have Supervisors Adams, Askew, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference, with Supervisor Phillips joining us shortly.
Okay, thank you very much. Here's Supervisor Phillips. I understand we do not have our Spanish speaker today, but I would like to ask if Supervisor Lopez would please make an announcement for us.
Si hay alguien aquí con nosotros hoy que necesita la ayuda de un intérprete, por favor, llegue al frente de los chambers. Gracias.
Thank you very much. And our county administrative officer is not present for the next item on our agenda. Good. Thank you. So we will now have our county administrative officer comments.
Well, the good thing there are no comments today.
Very good. Thank you very much. And are there any new referrals?
On the new referral list.
And I see that we have 2 referral responses.
So the first referral response is, creation of a agricultural livestock pass for the county of Monterey. And we have our agricultural commissioner, I think, is ready to present.
Yes. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me start. It's a quick presentation. Okay, so yes, good afternoon. Nadia Garcia with the Monterey County Ag Commissioner's Office with an update on the Ag and Livestock Pass for Monterey County. The purpose for developing the Ag Pass program is to provide a uniform way to identify vetted commercial agricultural operations and their operators to frontline emergency personnel. Possession of an Ag Pass during a wildfire or similar disaster allows the agriculturalist limited emergency access to areas that may otherwise be restricted in order to protect or care for agricultural assets. It is important to note that having an Ag Pass does not guarantee the Ag Pass holder access to the property. If there is imminent danger, frontline emergency personnel will assess the risk and use discretion to determine if access is allowed. For background, in April of this year, the Ag Commissioner's Office received a Board of Supervisors referral to determine the feasibility of an Ag Pass program for livestock. In May, staff presented a preliminary analysis of an Ag Pass program intended for commercial livestock operation to the Board of Supervisors. At that board meeting, the board accepted the staff's report and directed staff to develop an Ag Pass program to include commercial livestock and vineyard operations. As the administrators of the Ag Pass, the Ag Commissioner's Office will have the responsibility to process all Ag Pass applications by verifying eligibility and fire training, record keeping, and renewal notifications. The development of the Ag Pass program required partnership and consultation with county-based and regional agencies, and also with industry associations. The agencies and associations that appear on this screen helped with the development of the program by providing feedback, and in the case of the fire agencies, providing commitment to collaborate on the fire training of potential Ag Pass holders. Staff is currently working on finalizing the application material forms, the data software, and coordinating one final meeting with the Ag Pass partners and consultation group described in this presentation in order to explain the Ag Pass program and its completion and solicit final feedback. Once this is accomplished, staff will come back before the board in early 2023 for final consideration of the Ag Pass program. And this concludes staff's update. If there is any questions, I am available. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I think this was Supervisor Lopez's item. So would you like to make comments?
To say I appreciate the progress. I know the community is looking forward to it. We've been very fortunate this year. Won't say the words, I'll knock on wood, and just continue to look forward to the continued progress in order to have this in place by early next year. Thank you, Nadia.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips, any comment? Supervisor Rudescu.
Thank you for all the work that has gone into preparing this. I did have a question about the cost to manage the AgPass program, to process the applications and then ensure that that they're being utilized in the appropriate way. I think part of the reason I asked is I know that earlier this year the Ag Commissioner needed to ask for general fund subsidies to continue funding important programs like 4-H and other important programs. So I don't want to assume that the Ag Commissioner has existing capacity within the department to fund the program, and want to understand what that program cost might look like, and if there's any discussion or consideration of a cost recovery fee that would be attached to the AgPass applications to cover just the baseline cost of running the program.
So through the chair, we did survey other counties that have an AgPass program, and these counties are not charging an upfront fee. What they will be doing is assessing how many applications they had and they issued, and then doing a fee recovery if needed. So for the initial rollout, we are not anticipating charging a fee, and we would then revisit that once, probably within the year, to see if we do need to charge maybe a nominal fee.
Okay, and then in terms of resources within the Ag Commissioner's office to be able to get the program up and running, does the Ag Commissioner's office have the funds necessary to get something up and running, or is there a need for general fund requests either to fund this or other core mandates of the Ag Commissioner's office if we add this on to our list of responsibilities?
At this point, we could absorb that fee, and we are thinking that possibly 2 staff members, and it would only be, so we're thinking about having the initial rollout. There would be a deadline for submittal of applications within the beginning of the year, and that's because we then send that group over to a fire training, and we want to make sure that we do have a group to send over to fire training. So initially, we could absorb the cost of this program.
Okay, so I think when this comes back to us, it would be helpful to maybe have an assessment of how this fits into the overall Ag Commissioner's costs. And again, just I think this is a valuable program that our community has asked us to develop, and I fully support that. But I also want to be clear that when we're adding new programs, if we're going to find ways to subsidize this program, but have other requests come forward for subsidy outside of the Ag Commissioner's budget in our next budget cycle, I want to be clear that we're all on the same page about the decisions that we're making for resource allocation.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudescu. Supervisor Alejo, any comment?
No, none. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I think that we will be able to close that. Oh, sorry. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on this? I'm seeing no one approaching, and I see no hands raised. So I think then we will simply close this. And is there a motion that you need or no? Okay, great. And now I think you have a second.
I do have a second. I think Supervisor Lopez Day, the other referral response today is coming from the cannabis program to look at ways to assist locally with addressing the need for state commercial cannabis licensure. So we have our cannabis program team here ready to present.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the board, Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program, and here with me today is Miles Sechenek. Next slide, please.
So just some background on the referral. It was to review department-specific requirements to transition to state annual licensure. And just as a reminder, if you are considered a large licensee, that is that you are cultivating more than 22,000 square feet, you basically have until the end of 2023 to make that transition. If you're cultivating less than 22,000 square feet, you're considered to be a small licensee holder, and they actually have until the end of 2025. So the departments that are involved are Housing and Community Development, the Environmental Health Bureau, the Treasurer Tax Collector, and local fire agencies. The board approved this referral, and it was assigned to the program. Next slide, please. So the first requirement, which is probably one of the most critical, is to obtain the land use permit. And so here's a breakdown, just of a summary to provide you where we're at today. 44 of 77 cannabis land use applications have been approved, meaning that they have gone to hearing. Most are still in condition compliance. And for the 45 operators or parcels that were part of the Rincon study, they have rather large payments to make for the infrastructure improvements. That is for the improvement itself, for TMC, and then for public works. There are currently 21 applications that are considered incomplete, and there are 12 that are complete, and those 12 will be going to hearing. There are 13 additional applications that have been included in the count, but I want to be clear that those 13 have not submitted a formal application. So we're really not going to use them in our count going forward until they make that formal application. The program right now is in the process of meeting with every operator. We're reviewing the requirements that are still outstanding, and we'll be issuing the provisional cannabis business permit. So the proposed analysis is that we will review the department-specific incomplete items for each land use permit, and then we will come back and we will provide recommendations on which items could possibly be delayed but still provide local authorization. The only concern here is that for annual licensure, again, at the state level, that deadline is at the end of 2023. So even if the board were to give more flexibility with time to complete, it could possibly impact them in that they wouldn't meet, they wouldn't have local requirements completed. And that we do have kind of a graph of the data of the land use permits if you're interested, but that concludes our update. We will return with a formal report, hopefully at the end of the year or at the beginning of 2023. So we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Lopez, I think this is yours.
Just appreciation. I know that the work's not easy, and given where we are, there's a lot of folks who I don't think are going to make it, but in terms of these timelines and expectations, but appreciate the continued work to keep us abreast of anything we can do to help those who are on the cusp get over that hump to keep them in the legal space.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And if I could just comment, so we will be returning based on the direction that the board gave us to discuss some of the items where they could fall out of good standing. Okay.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips, any comments, questions? Supervisor Rudascu, Supervisor Alejo?
None. Thank you.
Okay, great. I want to both thank Chris for bringing this up. I think it's, addressing the time constraints posed by the state is just really important. And also thank you to the staff for being able to return so quickly with the recommendations. And I think that worked out well. At a time when the industry is so unstable, it's really a good idea that the county is undertaking this to help make make sure that the local requirements can be met, and that we're meeting up against the county deadlines without any difficulties. So, and thank you for restating all of the deadlines as well.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. So we will just support the staff returning with their recommendations when they have it ready.
And now it's time to go to, Mr. CAO, I really didn't give you much of a chance for CAO comments. You get another swing at the ball right now.
I think I'll still decline.
Okay, there you go. All righty. Well, then we will start. This time I'll start over to my right with Supervisor Root Askew.
Had the opportunity to attend the CalAFCO conference last week with some of my colleagues. Congratulations, Supervisor Lopez, on being continuing to be selected as a CalAFCO director. I attended several very informative workshops, and just as valuable were the informal conversations that I had with commissioners from other LAFCOs across the state. And of particular note and significance to me when I sat in the space with LAFCO and talked to other LAFCOs was the four primary mandates of LAFCO that include, just a reminder, that include to encourage the orderly formation of local government agencies. The second core mandate of LAFCOs is to preserve agricultural land resources. The third was to discourage urban sprawl, and the fourth, to encourage the efficient delivery of local government services. And these are the kinds of things that are like magic happening behind the curtain. But every single county resident receives one or more local government services from 43 independent special districts and 47 special dependent districts formed to meet local needs. And serving on LAFCO with my colleagues has been an insightful and interesting space to understand the nuances of how local governments work across many different spectrums. But it really did strike me in some of the conversations, the significance of those middle two core mandates to preserve agricultural land resources and discourage urban sprawl as the fundamental reasons that LAFCOs were developed. I also wanted to announce that the Monterey County Health Department is offering free flu shots at pop-up vaccination clinics throughout the county. These free flu shot clinics are being offered free of charge. There's no registration needed. You simply have to show up, answer some questions that they'll ask you about your health, and give them your arm to receive your inoculation. The next free flu clinic will be offered on Wednesday, October 26th from 4 to 7 p.m. at Palma High School in Salinas, and you can get more information on the Monterey County website. But we all want to stay healthy this year. So if you haven't had the chance to get your flu shot, maybe something that you want to consider for this season. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Root Askew. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will reiterate that it was a good time down at LAFCO. Enjoyed spending a little time with all of my colleagues from the different jurisdictions, special district cities, as well as Supervisor Askew and our wonderful staff, Kate McKenna and Jonathan Brinkman, who joined us down in Orange County to make sure that we were abreast of the latest changes. There are some significant ones that will affect the Board of Supervisors as well. The broadening of the Levine Act being the key one that we all learned a little more about, but just encourage folks to continue to engage with your LAFCO. We had a wonderful wrap during a lunch that was very enjoyable, and the whole presentation was enlightening. But overall, it was a good experience, and I am thankful for the opportunity to continue to serve Monterey County as well as the coastal counties on the LAFCO board. I also want to share that obviously tomorrow is our big day in San Lucas. It's a big opportunity for the community to cut the ribbon and enjoy the fruits of their labor, which has been advocacy from the smallest voices. So I encourage everyone to come out and join us tomorrow. I know Supervisor Phillips got an early shot at it yesterday, sent me a great photo, but we're excited. It's going to be a fun day. We've got some bikes we're going to raffle off. We've got a lot of resources. Over 10 resource providers will be there sharing their wares with the community, and the food bank will be out there with their new food truck distributing food for the community as well. So we're excited for that, but just encourage folks to join us. And I'll share that last night we had a great listening session, town hall in Gonzales, that had a wonderful turnout, including 3 members of the city council and the mayor, and a robust group of citizens who shared concerns about many issues, including 101 and access to broadband. So it was great to be able to listen and then respond with some of the great work that's happening. Lastly, I'll share that was very excited last Friday to receive an announcement from the CPUC that They had awarded $14 million out of their LADA funding. And of that $14 million, 2.5 is going to our South County Broadband JPA for the early work of design of this system for a new network. And so we're extremely excited to have been called out in the press release as a region for our work in partnership with Golden State Connect Authority by Commissioner Darcy Hauk. So we continue to appreciate the engagement and partnering with the CPUC, helping to bring access to broadband to our communities. But one more wonderful achievement, and I'm thankful for the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I was coming back from Shumash and we stopped into San Lucas, and I wanted to see what we did there, and because I wasn't going to be able to make Chris's event, but I got to say it really does point out the disparity in what we have in this county, and those poor people. Just having a street and curb, it really made the place look so much better. But boy, I remember a couple years ago, I had an event in Pajaro, and so Patty and I went to Pajaro, and then we immediately went to an event at Pebble Beach, and we were talking about the disparities in our area. So on a positive note, this Thursday at 4:00, right there at the Parks and Recs, we're going to have a little get together, hot dogs and cookies and stuff to celebrate our new fire truck that we have that Chris helped us on our, what's our agency that we're on?
It's the CDBG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would get a fire truck that was vastly needed for North County. And so we wanted to do it too with the new street improvements they had in downtown Castroville, and with relining it. I can take my Porsche now downtown to the office. I don't have to take my truck. And so we wanted to celebrate a little bit and get the community to see it. And I think before too long, we'll have an official announcement of a well-known restaurant coming into downtown Castroville, but I don't want to preempt that, but hopefully.
KCBS may have done that for you.
Pardon? Yeah. They're out there talking, and but I'll officially announce it when we're sure what date he's going to move in. So, thank you. It's going to be easy for people. Instead of turning right coming down, they can just go another 3/4 of a mile and turn left. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I think the word is out on KSBW and other networks. Phil's Fish Market is going to Castroville. Good thing for Castroville. They deserve it. But I also wanted just to, first of all, say that we were very lucky to have our U.S. Senator Alex Padilla come visit the Pajaro Valley. Last Thursday, Supervisor Phillips and I were there, along with our Congress members and our state legislators and a lot of other local elected officials. It was great to see everybody get on the same page about the Pajaro River. And it was some good news coverage on it. And I look forward to continued collaboration to strengthen flood protection on both sides of the Pajaro River. I'm going to San Lucas, though. I think I look forward to joining Supervisor Lopez down in his district tomorrow. For me, it's one of the shining examples of being in government, that you could really make a tremendous difference in the lives of some of our poorest residents that have petitioned their government for so long, and finally getting some solutions. So I look forward to riding my bike out there with some of the kids and with Supervisor Lopez. I think just a small investment goes a long way to improve an entire community there. On that same question of San Lucas, though, I think Supervisor Lopez and I were also on a phone call with the state chairman of the state water board on the other issue that's still unresolved, which is the drinking water. And so we hope to get some movement there to give them a final solution on clean and safe drinking water, because that's the other piece that we need to finish. And I want to just thank all our county staff that have been proactive in trying to move this forward, and along with Supervisor Lopez and I, really trying to push the state that they've already waited over 11 years to get a solution from their state government and haven't achieved it yet. That is far too slow, far too long. And the last thing I just wanted to mention was a tribute to one of our local Salinas Valley legends, Hector de la Rosa, who worked for California Rural Legal Assistance for over 50 years. He passed away and we honored him just a few years ago, but the CRLA office in East Salinas at 3 Williams Road is naming their office after the late legendary community worker who brought some of the most important cases that came out of the Salinas Valley, including the end of the use of the short-handled hoe that damaged the backs of thousands of agricultural workers all over California. That case came out of Soledad. He was also the community worker who brought the case forward to end the discriminatory use of IQ test of English language learner children in the late 60s and 1970s. Also made a landmark change for education for farm worker children in the state of California. So I'm just glad he was a mentor of mine when I did my first summer out of law school was in East Salinas at that particular office, and it really inspired me to want to come back and be a CRLA legal aid lawyer. And my first unemployment cases that I successfully won was under the guidance of this non-lawyer, but who was such a brilliant mind and such a tremendous legal advocate for thousands of Monterey County residents, that I'm glad that he's being honored this coming Friday. With that, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I have just a couple of things. This is mostly in the past, but we had a really interesting Carmel Valley Road Laureles grade roundabout meeting out in the Carmel Valley area last week. And I just want to give another thank you to Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works Facilities and Parks, and the Assistant Director of Public Works Facility and Parks, Tom Vonnegut, for coming out and answering questions and really doing a great job of kind of assuaging some of the community's concerns about it. The Ventana Wilderness Alliance had its annual gathering, and it was also a time to celebrate how long they've been taking care of the forest area and just ensuring that people have safe and enjoyable experiences backpacking into the backcountry of our beautiful Ventana Wilderness that we have here in Monterey County. Tonight is the first ever Big Sur Fire Adaptive Community Town Hall meeting at the Big Sur Grange, and it starts at 6 o'clock, hosted by the Community Association of Big Sur. And then for everybody who's going to celebrate Halloween over the weekend, I hope it is safe and enjoyable. And I want to make sure people remember to get out to vote. And although I won't be able to be in San Lucas with you tomorrow, I am going to be in San Lucas in mid-November. And I'll make sure that I get to get over and take a picture and let you know that I'm out scoping your neighborhood. Thank you. Thanks very much. And now we will go to.
Madam Chair, before we go there, I do have two comments.
Well, have at it.
First, I just want to congratulate our Public Works and Health Departments on not necessarily getting the water grant, but it looks pretty good for the Active Transportation Program grant funds that are going to be helping out here in Monterey County. It really is a great source of funding, and a lot of money here coming to Monterey County to help in some of our more disadvantaged communities. We have Chular, San Ardo, Castroville. I think there might be one other one in there. San Ardo, yeah, okay. That should help with some of the needs in that area. And so we're really happy to have those funds come to Monterey County. It's a very prestigious announcement to get those grant funds here. So I want to thank the Public Works and Health Department teams for putting that together. And then one other item I want to also make everybody aware of tonight after the board meeting. I think at 5 o'clock, we're going to have the Arts Council here to talk about some of the artwork that we have here in Monterey, in Monterey County Government Center building, and the collaboration that we have with the Arts Council and the work that we do together. And it should be right out here in the entryway foyer. We have a lot of art throughout the county buildings, especially this building here, and it's a great collaboration that we have with the Arts Council.
Thank you very much. Any member of the public who wishes to comment on anything that either the supervisors or the CAO had to make today? Seeing.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just want item I forgot that's very important because I know Veterans Day is coming up. I just wanted to give a shout out to all the Military and Veterans Affairs Office and Sid Williams and all the commissioners who put on the Veteran of the Year Awards ceremony that is taking place this Friday night. And I did want to thank the commissioners for also doing a special tribute for Salinas Fallen Police Officer J.D. Alvarado. They'll be honoring his family for his service as a decorated Army veteran as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for bringing up that important event. Okay, so now we are going to go into scheduled matters for the afternoon. And we have one item number 23. is to consider options to address complaints at the sheriff's office. And I think we're having a presentation from our CAO, Mr. Charles McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a formal presentation. Excuse me. As you see in the board report that I did submit, I outlined that the sheriff's office has had some issues of complaints of harassment and wrongdoing over there at the sheriff's office, and they're not necessarily alone in that. There are various departments that have had issues over the years with harassment and wrongdoing. We try to address those as promptly as possible. The Board of Supervisors has created the as you heard earlier today, the Equal Opportunity Commission and created the Office of Civil Rights to help put forward policies and procedures to address complaints of discrimination and harassment. If there's wrongdoing that is doesn't rise to the level of a criminal activity that might need to be investigated, we usually work through our Human Resources Department, potentially through County Council or through my office, the County Administrative Office. The Board of Supervisors, as you know, appoints, I think, 6 different department heads, and has oversight over all the departments in the county. And the department heads are responsible for, they're the appointing authority. So if an investigation should turn up any inappropriate behavior that warrants any discipline in the personnel sense, the appointing authority is responsible for instituting those kinds of disciplinary actions that are necessary. The challenge obviously is when the Board of Supervisors wants to be more involved in those matters. And if you're trying to push it down through the organization, for example, if it's a department that's under the County Administrative Office and you're not happy with how the activities were addressed or actions were addressed, you would talk to me, and then I would either talk to the people below me in the organization, or you would say you're not happy with my performance because I wasn't able to address the actions throughout the organization. Similarly, whether it's in the public defender's office or the county counsel's office, they have a reporting relationship to you as the Board of Supervisors, and you can address those situations with them directly. However, the challenge often is that with an elected department head, especially those who are stated in the Constitution some of their duties and authorities, the Board of Supervisors has significant limitations on what they can do within those departments. And similarly to any other department, whether it's the sheriff or the treasurer, tax collector, or the auditor, they are the appointing authority for the employees within their departments. However, there are also limitations on addressing employment matters within the peace officer ranks. So the Peace Officer Bill of Rights addresses how investigations are supposed to occur, as well as the disciplinary process, if any, in relation to a peace officer. And so that has a significant control over the procedures and the methods and the disciplinary process. Through memorandums of understanding with unions, some of those matters could ultimately come to the Board of Supervisors for a decision if there is any disagreement between what a hearing officer might find for a peace officer, for example, and or what the Board of Supervisors, how they think that discipline should have been imposed. But absent those memorandum of understanding with unions, the authority of the Board of Supervisors is limited somewhat in what they could do in those elected departments, especially those run by that have peace officers. So the board has commented about the frustration with being able to not have the authority within those departments, and what tools might be at their disposal to address some of the issues that arise in these departments. And I've put forward in the board report some options if you wanted to refer any specific issues or more general issues to another body or another entity or another person. You certainly could do that. In the board report, I list out some options, whether to refer the matters to the Attorney General, potentially to the district attorney, to the civil grand jury, or to, which I didn't put in the board report, to bring back at some time in the near future the idea of having an oversight board or an inspector general, which has been put forward by Supervisor Askew previously and is addressed by the board. And I think the board made an ultimate decision to reconsider the oversight board when the new sheriff becomes elected and or after that new sheriff is seated. Similarly, my fourth option on the board report today is to potentially wait until there's a new sheriff elected and try to have some engagement with the new the sheriff-elect, and then ultimately the new sheriff on how they may see the role of addressing issues within their department and with interactions with this Board of Supervisors. So with that, I would turn it back to the Board of Supervisors to have any discussion, debate, and provide any direction to my office or any other office within the county that you may deem appropriate to move forward or not with the issues currently happening at the sheriff's office. I would point out that a referral to the district attorney, may not be appropriate if there isn't any criminal activity of which you are aware. Obviously the district attorney is charged with handling the criminal complaints, and if you don't see something criminal, referring anything to the district attorney, I think would not be appropriate at this time. Similarly, I think you have to recognize that the district attorney's office has a role and a relationship with all the peace officers in the county, definitely with the sheriffs and their staff, as well as they have members of particular unions that might have relationships with the sheriff's office. And so if there isn't any criminal activity within these issues that are arising, that may not be an appropriate place. And I think if there isn't any criminal activity, one of the more appropriate places you might want to consider referring matters is to the civil grand jury, not the criminal grand jury, but the civil grand jury here in Monterey County to look into any matters that you deem appropriate for the civil grand jury. So with that, I will turn it over back to the Board of Supervisors for any discussion and direction.
Thank you very much, Mr. McKee. And I know that we will be taking public comment as well, but I'll start to my left and see if there are any comments at this point from Supervisor Phillips.
I'll wait for after public comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Same. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Supervisor Rudasky. We could do. Okay. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank our CEO for bringing this forward, because I think it's important for the public that after all the publicity and all the issues that have come to light, that the public know that this board takes those matters seriously. We've tried to convey it. We try to convey the limitations that are placed on us because of POBAR and other state laws, but it doesn't mean that we can't have this discussion in public and let the public know that we are moving to take some action. I think all of us who have followed the news, I think it's concerning that so many incidents have come out of one department. And I really want to say that I want to be thankful and recognize our other departments that do follow our county policies, that do take any internal issues very seriously. But this is just one of those examples where so much has happened in such a short amount of time that it merits more scrutiny and more attention and more action by this Board of Supervisors. And there's a wide range of issues that we've had to deal with over the last couple of years. But certainly the issues of sexual harassment that have come to light, we take those very seriously. I think the board is not going to be in a position to support with legal help, legal services for those who engage in these kind of behaviors. But I think with everything that has just happened in recent weeks, and it's like we're waiting for the next thing to come out in the news over and over. I think there certainly should be a complaint process for any other county employees, whistleblowers, for them to come forward and share any other additional information that they may have that they want to bring to the attention of our board, of our county council, of our CAO. That's an important thing to let our employees know that we have that in place. Secondly, I think even though we're in a point of transition with an election coming up, I think it's important for our board not to wait several months before we start a process of really trying to review the policies, the practices, the training or lack of training within the sheriff's department. That's where we could obtain an outside consultant to help us review what those policies are so that we could better ensure that they are being followed. And as we know, with recent incidents, there's been a lot of concern about misuse of county resources for non-work activities, fundraising on county time and using county resources for fundraising, misuse of overtime of county vehicles and gas cards. And there's the misuse of county ammunition, which was a big concern just a few months ago. There's a long list here. And I think that's where we had some policies in place and others, it was vague. It allowed for these concerns to occur. So I think that there needs to be that review of those policies and the practices that exist in this department and seeing how we could prevent this from occurring in the future. And perhaps, as we mentioned earlier in our meeting, having some oversight from other departments to review some of the expenditures that are being done. I know our auditor's office is always really guarded on that sense, but there seems to be some questions that have arisen with information that has come to light recently. And then the last thing I would say was the issue that we had originally taken a position to hold off until next year, and that was Supervisor Askew's referral. In light of everything that has happened, I certainly believe that it is time for us to at least begin the process of exploring what does the new law allow, whether it's a citizens oversight committee or an independent auditor, or a third option that Santa Cruz County is considering. We should have those discussions much sooner, and certainly having an initial public information hearing to understand what the options are, what the law provides, hear from the public, and then having a subsequent hearing where action could be taken after we know who the new sheriff is, and to have that person's participation in the process, I think, is an important thing to lay out to the public today, to let them know that we are moving, we're not waiting. This merits so much attention that we are going to act much sooner and try to implement some changes to hopefully prevent these incidents from occurring in the future. Those are just my initial thoughts. But I know this is an important process to begin with the public, and that the public will know that their boards of supervisors take this matter seriously and wants to see some changes happen sooner rather than later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I agree that there are so many stories in the media, and yet, we've not had a place for the public to voice their concerns and to just have a place where they're able to understand the limitations that we have. And I think that, to me, has been a very frustrating sort of limitation, because there is the general thought that, the Board of Supervisors would oversee the sheriff. So I appreciate the descriptions that both by Mr. McKee and then by yourself to just make it clear that that is not what the situation is. But my hope is that now people will at least have an opportunity to express their opinions and to let us hear their thoughts, and we are here to listen. So I do hope that we have some exchange that will be very helpful to the future of the relations between both within and without the Monterey County Sheriff's Department. So with that, I'll take it out to public comment. And I see that we have one hand raised, and that is Christian Snyder. There we go. You have 2 minutes if you'd like to make your comments.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Great. So I just want to point out that Mr. McKee's statements are a tiny bit misleading. A county council essentially has been enabling this sheriff's department through burying IA complaints themselves. I have a specific incident with Irv Grant and Kathy Palazola, where they buried 2 IA complaints, one of which was that they were burying IA complaints. In addition, you have lawsuits. You have lawsuits that if you settle, you can make public record and create accountability. Instead, the county has chosen the path to file slap motions against the public for complaining and saying you have a problem in the sheriff's office. You've been using public funds to quite literally hide the misdeeds that have been going on for several years. Now, I know you say we don't have any power, but in fact you do. Every single month you are given a report on the inmate welfare fund. How many times have you actually reviewed it to ensure that funds aren't being misused? In addition, I'll go back to, you have lawsuits. You have lost a lawsuit with the DSA, the union. How are these people supposed to feel respected when you won't settle when they were clearly wronged? Thank you. And I hope this is an ongoing discussion, because all of these issues have come in the last couple of years while the county has been trying to hide its own bad actions in enabling these actions.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. And is there anyone else who wishes to make public comment? Come on up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Chris Barrera, President of LULAC, Salinas Council 2055. I would like to address the issue at the Sheriff's Department. For quite some time now, the sheriff has been allowed to get away with certain issues at the department. I have personally received numerous calls from employees at the Sheriff's Department begging for help. You know, the first thing that they say is, I don't know where to go for help. And so LULAC always reaches out and helps in any way possible. As far as not having any oversight on the sheriff, really don't understand that. But with the Assembly Bill 1185 that was enacted in 2020, you had that opportunity to create oversight committee back in 2020. Why it wasn't done, I have no idea. I applaud Supervisor Root Askew earlier this year when she tried to do it, but she was voted down. Right now, you have the opportunity to give county employees at the sheriff's office hope, because when sexual harassment happens, when discrimination happens, racism happens, the issues at the jail, and they don't know where to go for help, it's quite concerning. And the community looks at you, this board, to assist them in any way possible. So I beg you, please create that Citizens Oversight Committee now. There's no reason to have to wait after the election. You should put it in motion now. And thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for everything you had to say there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrera. I am looking to see if we have additional hands raised. Yes, we do. And the first hand that we have is Eloise Shim. If you would like to unmute yourself. Ms. Shim.
Okay, so good afternoon. This is Eloise Shim. And I just wanted to comment about this issue about having an oversight for law enforcement. You know, even for judges, there is an entity called the Judicial Law Council or Commission or something like that. Even judges, if they do something wrong, you can file a complaint with an objective entity or group called the Judicial Law Review, or I don't know, I can't remember exactly what it is, but you can complain about a judge. So it shouldn't be that law enforcement, they have the last decision about a complaint, because basically there's nobody objective to look at the complaint. So they should form some kind of a commission like that is objective to take these complaints about law enforcement. I'm not sure that the Board of Supervisors is the appropriate entity, but there should be something other than the what is it? I can't remember what
the citizens overview panel.
No, I can't remember the name of them, but the people who judge, other things that happen in the county, the high court or whatever they call it. But you should form a something else other than just having the police or the law enforcement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shim. And next we have Bernie Gomez.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. Yeah, just thinking the political arena, right? Is it just based on the sheriff being an elected official, X, Y, and Z? We all know what the barriers there, right, for the county, but the county does have some avenues to exercise, You can ask the district attorney to do something, the contact the attorney general, right? The grand jury, all those things. And I think those things should have been just pressed on a little more when all this stuff was going on, when the first initial censure of the sheriff happened, right? That just continued investigation. But the truth is, whatever it is, whether it's the support of the sheriff, and this is not, I'm not saying that there should be support, right? There should be support for county employees, county departments, accountability for the county departments, regardless, right? If it's a sheriff, if it's someone from the health department, whatever. But I think that now is the time to, just like the previous speakers have said, right? I think right now is a time, perfect opportunity for this county to implement 1185 and really look for that independent inspector general and provide that department, that new office, the ability with with subpoena powers, right? With stuff that they can use and utilize without the interruption or circumvention from the sheriff's office. However that looks, there's probably legalities around it or whatnot, but I think just, this is about accountability. And at the same time, every year we get a budget, and you can hold them accountable too by investigating, so there's always opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And next we have Cesar Lara.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara with Milpa, and I've been here before on this issue. I think for a number of years we've been asking for a financial and management audit of the Sheriff's Department. Because it's such a big chunk of the county resources and money, which at the end is voters' money, which is everybody on the Board of Supervisors, but it's also every taxpayer that supports this department. And we've heard the stories, and now there's been investigations and findings. This is not the first time we're talking about a sheriff's oversight committee or some way to really shine a light. And at the end, the sheriff is elected at large, but the financial strings are tied to the Board of Supervisors. And so, it leads to a broader discussion, and you are not the only county that's had these challenges, but to the point that legislation was brought up to even set up mechanism to do oversight committees are important. And the decision earlier in the year was to table that until until a new sheriff gets elected. I think that it's not an issue of who the sheriff is, but an issue of how the department is run with whoever is the sheriff. These are our taxpayers' money, and as you know, in real concrete ways, there's been misuse of that community trust, and I think it's up to the Board of Supervisors to really set up that infrastructure and that mechanism, and really assert the responsibility that you guys have as a committee elected by the community to really oversee that department, and really ask for you to take action and understand that whatever you set up needs to have the authority and the power to really root out some of the corruption and some of the bad things happening in the department. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Laura. I see Christian Schneider has his hand up again, but I would like to take other speakers who have not spoken yet before I go back to someone for a second turn. So I will call on the next speaker, who is Tina Nieto. Ms. Nieto, if you would like to unmute yourself, we're ready to hear you speak.
Thank you.
There we go.
About that. Thank you, Supervisor. But I just wanted to show my support for an oversight. I said from the very beginning, and I'm Tina Nieto, I'm running for Monterey County Sheriff, that I believe in oversight. Police oversight can benefit not only individual complainants, but for our larger communities, the police and sheriff's department, there are benefits to that. And that has to do with trust with the community. We're dealing with a lot right now. The sheriff's office, unfortunately, has been in the paper over and over again. And I think that we've eroded some of our trust with some of our community members. I think if you have an independent oversight, if done in the right way, can help restore some of that trust. It holds the sheriff's department accountable for our actions. And it also helps improve the quality of the department's internal investigations of alleged misconduct. And I apologize for my dogs in the background. The other thing, again, when it comes to trust and discipline, oversight, a lot of people, I think, are afraid of it. But actually, if you look at statistics from oversight, a lot of times they actually find that deputies' actions and officers' actions are within policy and procedure. And since it is an independent organization, the community tends to trust that a lot more. I hope that if you do move in that direction, though, that you talk to associations like the National Association for Civilian Oversight. There are other groups that are out there. This is not something new in policing, but to talk to these groups, these professional groups, about what works best for Monterey County. With that, I'd just like to thank you again for actually looking at this topic.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nieto. It's great to hear from you. I do not see any other hands raised at this time. Yes, Mr. Schneider, I'm afraid council has advised me that it would not be, that I'm not going to be able to call on people for a second round. So my apologies to you for that. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak? I see we have the sheriff's conference room on. I don't know if there's any interest in weighing in from there. I don't see anyone coming forward here in chambers. I do want to make sure that I give everyone an opportunity to have their voice heard. Okay, seeing no one coming forward, I'll bring it back to our board and see who would like to go first to make any comments for today. Supervisor Root, ask you.
Yeah, I just wanted to, CEO McKee, thank you for putting this on the agenda so that we can have this conversation. I do think it's important and that it contributes to the transparency. I think it's important that the public know how significantly this board is treating the issues that have been brought to our attention, and how serious we take the information that's been provided to us. public safety is a core mandate of our county government. And I do think it's important that the public know that they can trust our law enforcement officers. By and large, law enforcement is the first to respond in times of crisis. And it's absolutely critical that the trust that community have with the sheriff's office remains intact, and that we as a board are doing everything we can to support that. So just as a baseline, just a thank you to those who are doing this work and maintaining the integrity and the high professionalism to which we all expect from public safety officials. In terms of 1185, which was not listed on the agenda, but that Supervisor Alejo brought up, I would, of course, think that it would be appropriate for us to revisit the options available to us sooner rather than later. I did take some time to rewatch the video of our meeting when my board referral was originally discussed. And the deference that we showed to the undersheriff, who assured us that we didn't need any oversight, certainly didn't age well. But I do think that one point that I want to emphasize in regards to 1185 is that it's really a tool for the Board of Supervisors to fulfill our mandates of oversight. It's not a tool for the sheriff. So I appreciate the desire to wait to let the sheriff decide what and how they want to proceed, but ultimately it's a responsibility that we would have and a tool for us to conduct our oversight duties. So I think it would be appropriate that we move forward prior to any outcomes of the election, and that we understand that it's something that we would be utilizing for the Board of Supervisors. And of course, we would want to work in collaboration with the sheriff when that time comes. But this board, I think time has shown and information has shown us that we need to be more proactive in utilizing our limited and appropriate authority. In terms of the suggestions here, I think that there are there's information that's been provided to us through community members sending us information that and when you add that to the history of concerns that we went public with earlier this year, last year, that we did previously send a complaint to the California Attorney General. I think it would be appropriate to send a follow-up complaint sharing the information that's been provided to us, so that if there are issues that need to be looked at more closely, that would be the appropriate place to have those issues looked at more closely. In terms of sending another letter to the civil grand jury, I would also support that recommendation as an option on our list, including the details of communication that's been shared with us. And then, of course, we would want to, I think, do everything in our power to continue working with the sheriff-elect after the election, so that we can proactively ensure that whoever takes on that role has the support that they need to be able to transition into the office and do so with support for best practices. Supervisor Alejo mentioned two other things. I think one of them was moving forward with some sort of audit or understanding what our options would be for an audit of sheriff office policies and practices, some way of ensuring that we do have the appropriate policies in place. But I think furthermore, ensuring that that those practices and policies are being followed as documented. And if they're not, then that issue needs to be daylighted and actions shared, recommendations shared with the sheriff for correction. So I would support those action items as part of our discussion today. And to the public who's here paying attention, I appreciate you, and please keep communicating with us. We are limited, extremely limited, and by constitutional planning, like we have limits to what we can do. But the information that is being shared with us, I can assure you, is being taken with the utmost significance and concern. And we are working closely with council and staff to executive staff to determine the appropriate actions that we are legally able to take.
Thank you, Supervisor Radascu. Looking down to the other side of my dais here, I'll go to which one? Supervisor Lopez.
Thanks. I just want to be clear on the question of the oversight committee. I think there was always support for that. It was a question of timing. And recognizing that the very next meeting we have is on election day, I still think it's appropriate to engage with who comes in just in terms of that process. I hear the concern about who is it for, but I also hear, I mean, again, there's a lot of legal issues in the background that are hard to describe and explain here, but concerns about POBAR, what is released, how's it released, all that's got to be worked through. It's not something that's going to happen quickly. And so I think there's a lot of nuance to this conversation, which I think is getting lost in a one-page report, but I get that. The concerns that have come forward are real. They're there, and we've worked through a lot of them. A lot of them were daylighted because of policies, and that's how we've worked through them. So, I'm looking to hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say, but in terms of the question of the oversight committee, I think that's something that we need to work on in terms of what that's going to look like. And I agree that sooner rather than later at this point, understanding that we will have a newly elected sheriff by likely on the day we meet, that info will start to roll in, if not after, in terms of setting up what that will look like to understand what works best for Monterey County, because there are different models out there that have their benefits and drawbacks, whether it's a citizens appointed or an oversight member or an individual who oversees. I think all that has to be weighed and considered. On the other three options on the agenda today, 1 through 3, I'm looking forward to hear from my colleagues. I know that, there's some concerns there, and there's things we can't talk about and things we can't talk about. There's all these weird elements to each one of them. So I don't have much of a strong opinion on those, and look forward to hearing back from others depending on what can be stated. So.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips, and then I'll go to Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I don't know of any of us that don't have concerns about the operations of the sheriff's department and how they've kind of fell down in a number of areas. We received some anonymous information. Some have proved possibly to be true, some not. Whether that rises to the occasion of to justify asking the attorney general, I don't think it's appropriate to ask the district attorney. I mean, their investigators are part of the same union and others with them. And I think if we're going to ask for a criminal investigation, it ought to be the attorney general's office. Whether the things said in there rise to the criminal element, I don't know. I question whether they do, but we referred it once to Attorney General, and it wouldn't be out of line, I think, to refer to a general. As far as the recommendation to refer to civil grand jury, we could do that. I mean, they do their investigation, we'd get it back, and meantime, we'll have a new sheriff. And so I don't know how much they're going to be able to get to it. In some ways, it might be a meaningless act. Hopefully, the new sheriff will come in and make the right changes there to ensure these missteps don't happen anymore. And as far as your going to your independent, whatever they call it now, under 1185, I just tell you. You could do it, but it's how it's done and how it's comprised of, because I can tell you some of the jurisdictions have tried to do this, and some of the supervisors appointed some very anti-law enforcement. And so every time the cops make an arrest at all, or something happens at the jail, they're having a hearing about it, and I think you could hamstring, and the chief who's running for senator said she didn't have a problem about it, but I bet you she would if it was constructed in the wrong way, so that every week she would be having hearings about the conduct of what she did. So if I were going to do that, and this is something we do, I'd look to have an experienced person, inspector general or something, instead of a bunch of someone who may have a strong bias against law enforcement. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to just point out that it's unfortunate that the hard work done every single day by our sheriff deputies, our correctional officers in the jail, all the civilian staff, and all the other sheriff's department staff. I think the hard work they do day in and day out, I think is appreciated by the community on the patrols, and certainly making sure that our communities are safer. I just want to restate that, because it's the problems of a few that have raised these concerns repeatedly now. And now we are seeing rank and file employees go to outside groups, including LULAC, because they want to see change happen in their workplace. They want to see change happen in their department. They want to be proud, and they want to look forward to going to work without being harassed or without other issues that raise questions. And frankly, some of the issues that we've raised have been from top command, and many of them who are no longer here. But it's a lesson for us to realize that change does need to happen in terms of our policies and practices. Trainings are important. The department has been resistance in the past, have resisted in the past conducting some of the trainings to a wider scale. The trainings are important because it help people know what are the policies, the best practices, and how not to make mistakes. But I know some information came to light for me recently, for example, where resources were being used for non-work related activities. And all of a sudden, for that non-work related activity, they are hiring a new contractor, a service that they never had before. They're trying to keep it under $100,000 so that it doesn't go to county council, it doesn't come to the board of supervisors. So it doesn't get the attention that it does, and it was used for non-work related purposes. That's just one example of many. And these were things being done by top command. And when staff raised concerns about the use of those kind of resources, they had some consequences, you know. So that's where I think starting this process of, and I think there couldn't be a better time, because a new leader is going to come in, a new leader, hopefully, that will be open to making changes and making the workplace better, making sure we're not misusing county resources. This is a perfect opportunity to start, but we don't have to wait for the election to be over. We could start doing that process now. Could we start looking for a consultant that could help us make those changes? Somebody who specializes in law enforcement and in sheriff department procedures. That's what I'm asking us to just start that process now. And certainly the conversation about this oversight or independent auditor, I look forward, perhaps the meeting after the election, to be able to set that as a date, provide an opportunity for public input, and just begin the process of what are our options, and then for us to be able to take action at a subsequent meeting. Those are all very doable. And the last question I would have for our CAO, just going back to the question of a complaint process, because I want to make sure that our employees know that they do have somebody to turn to and provide their information. And can you make clear what that process is? Will it remain confidential? I know sometimes when concerns are raised, the county has to act upon those to correct those problems. But for those listening in the public and our employees, what is the process for those that perhaps haven't come forward or want to come forward, that there is a process for them somewhere here in the county, so that it would, from that department, it would immediately come to our CAO's attention, our county council's attention, and the board of supervisors' attention.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. In fact, one of the things that I wanted to say was that there has to be a way to structure the complaint system whereby if the alleged, perpetrator of the harassment is in an upper level management position, there's another place for the employer to be able to go to be heard without the decision-making person that resides within that upper management. It's a structural issue that has got to be fixed.
And I'd be interested to hear what our CAO has to say at the end. But I just feel like there have to be better ways to deal with complaints of harassment, even though there are limitations on what we can do as non-police officers. I'm just so disappointed with what we've learned in recent months about the culture of the leadership of this department and the impact that these issues have had on all the employees. Employees who are doing their best every day to fulfill very difficult jobs, very difficult duties and responsibilities. And yet we are having them impacted because of the behavior of a few people that are really making life miserable, not just within one department, but I think it spreads throughout the entire county. And I had been an advocate for waiting until we have the new sheriff in place before we started, addressing how are we going to address these needs. But after hearing today, I think that we should go ahead and get the process rolling in whatever way that we would choose. And personally, I think we ought to do everything. Someone made a comment today that was throw some spaghetti on the wall and see what sticks. So I was thinking that we should do both the grand jury and the inspector general and the attorney general and see what happens. But I will defer now to our county administrative officer for his thoughts and comments on this. And I appreciate everyone's comments today. This is such a critical issue, and it's really, really been very heartbreaking.
Thank you, Madam Chair, as well as supervisors for your comments and suggestions and also questions. Back to Supervisor Alejo's question about process and options out there for employees when there may feel a need to either issue a formal complaint or file a formal complaint or even an informal one. If there are any concerns about discrimination or harassment, we do have the Office of Civil Rights, which you can go to the county's website and find a lot of information on there through the Civil Rights Office and their sub website to the county's website. And you'll see the policies of this board as well as the procedures that this board has adopted to address both harassment and discrimination. It's also an obligation, it should be stated, it's an obligation of every employee, especially every management level employee, to report every instance and situation of harassment and discrimination to the Office of Civil Rights. And we all have that obligation if we here as county employees, especially those who are management employees. And so I just want to make sure that that is clear to everyone. You have that responsibility and that obligation. Similarly, if there are personnel issues that are not necessarily discrimination or harassment, or if you're just not sure, sometimes you can engage with the Office of Civil Rights or with our Human Resources Department or with the Human Resources professionals that work within the various departments. Those options are there for all employees. In addition, if somebody is uncomfortable going to any of those other channels, they can come to my office. There is an opportunity potentially to go to the county counsel's office, but the problem with, or the challenge there is that the county council has an obligation in defending the county and officers and employees. So ultimately things may get before county council, but I would suggest that if you're trying to address personnel matters that had come through either in my office or your human resources professional or civil rights if it's a civil rights issue such as discrimination or harassment. Finally, I think we have to recognize that there is an internal affairs division within the sheriff's office that handles matters very professionally. They've been doing it for years, and we know that there's a role for the internal affairs within the Peace Officer Bill of Rights, as also and with just good operations and management of a police department, of a sheriff's office, that avenue is available to anyone within the sheriff's office, the sworn officers within the sheriff's office, and others who are complaining about sworn officers. So that tool is there, internal affairs, and it's they have their own rules and regulations and policies and procedures about how that works. That being said, the other piece that Supervisor Alejo asked about was confidentiality. We always try to keep things as confidential as possible when they're pertaining to personnel matters. And we understand the weight that it puts on somebody when to even come forward with a complaint, and the risk that they often feel associated with bringing forward that complaint, the risk to them professionally or personally in bringing forward complaints. However, there are limitations to confidentiality and the need to excuse me, the need to disclose information, especially in an investigatory process, to the accused, to anybody who potentially may be disciplined as a result of information that's brought forward in a complaint, has to be recognized. So we try to keep things confidential, but there may be a need to disclose that information in a limited way as possible. And also, I forgot that if there's any litigation associated with any complaint that's made, the information therein may become public in that sense. If the information is used in a disciplinary matter or personnel matter, we still try to keep it confidential outside of those persons with who have a need to know, but it doesn't necessarily prevent those who are complaining from providing that information more publicly. We just don't do it necessarily as the county government, as the employer, or as the investigatory body within the county. So I hope that answers the question Supervisor Alejo raised, as well as some of the concerns by the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Very thorough, Mr. Cielo.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. We have had public comment and we've had board comments. Is there any other board member who wishes to comment on this item at this point? And what should we do now? I know that we've asked to, we were asked we should consider options to address complaints at the sheriff's office. That was with what we were charged. What would you make as a recommendation for us to move forward?
Well, I think there are a couple of options here. My recommendation obviously is, or not always, my recommendation is to try to address things going forward with the new sheriff coming in and working with the new sheriff on things like an oversight board or an inspector general and other ways of working with communication between the Board of Supervisors and the new sheriff. I think that would be something forward looking at this point and most appropriate. I think Supervisor Alejo did raise some issues about review of different policies and how we might be able to look at how what policies they have in the sheriff's office. I will note that the Lexipol is the company that puts forward the policies. I think that I don't know if every sheriff, but I think almost every sheriff in the state of California uses those policies. They're very thorough and there's a lot to them, but we could certainly have some discussion here at the board level of what those policies are, an explanation of what those policies are, as well as a discussion a little bit more about the policies that we have as a county, whether the Civil Rights Office or other personnel policies that might be appropriate here, have that discussion and look at where we can go forwards. But my recommendation is to utilize the process of the engaging with the new sheriff when they are elected would be my primary recommendation.
Thank you. I see our county council is inching his way forward here.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. I would certainly concur with what the CAO said. In addition, we would be happy to take some direction to come back to the board with options on the oversight committee, inspector general, or any other methods to provide for oversight, and also direction to identify an appropriate consultant that could help the county moving forward.
I think as well, following up on your comment, it would be helpful to us both as a board, but I think to the public as well, to have more of an explanation of what 1185 is so that people know what it is and what the outcomes are.
Just briefly, and what 1185 allows is for the creation of an oversight commission or the use of an inspector general. We're a general law county. We're not a charter county. Charter counties can form their own oversight bodies if they want to, and some have. The problem with 1185 is that there's very little guidance in terms of how they can operate and what they can look at. And so it's a work in progress. Some counties have embarked on that task. Others have utilized not an inspector general, but an auditor type format. So we'll do our best to flesh out those issues when we report back to the board.
Thank you. And when do you think it would be appropriate for us to get a report back on these items? I'm looking at you, kid.
So the Inspector General, the 1185, are you talking about?
Right.
Yeah, I would, recommend either your second meeting in November or sometime in December.
Okay.
I need to confer with my staff and see how, difficult the assessment will be. But yeah, we'll do it as soon as reasonably possible, no later than early December.
Okay. And Supervisor Alejo has his hand up, and then Supervisor Rudascu.
Yeah, at least on the portion to begin the discussion about the options under the new law, as County Council Gerard just pointed out, the two options, and then the third is what Santa Cruz County. There's the citizens oversight, there's the inspector general option, and then there's the independent auditor that Santa Cruz County is looking to implement. So there's at least three models, I think, there for us and the public to consider, and certainly wanting us to come back with a potential consultant if that exists. I'm sure there is, but just to give us some options to consider on top of just starting a process of relooking at internal procedures and policies and practices, and the training or lack of training within the department itself that could help us rectify some of these problems. But I do want to address the last issue of whether we asked. I know the civil grand jury did a report last year or earlier this year on just the jail escapes. So the civil grand jury did consider some aspects. I would certainly invite other reviews of where they could be helpful with additional recommendations, and also sending this to the California Attorney General. I think it's worth just raising it as a flag with that department. It is our top law enforcement entity in the state of California. We've done it before, didn't get any action, but I think sending it there, I think sends a message that we are raising concern about what is happening within our department. But I think ultimately it's really up to us, working with the new sheriff that will come in, to really clean up the issues and hopefully make this the sheriff's department that we can all be proud of, including our community, including our employees. They do such an important job for public safety and for all our communities throughout the county, especially unincorporated Monterey County. They've been heroes during the most challenging of times, during fires, during floods. That hall is certainly recognized, I think, among all my colleagues. We take that to heart. But when we do see problems happening in the department that we're not seeing happen we do see it happen in some sheriff's departments, but not to the extent and not as frequently as we have seen in the last 2 years. So this is time for us to take this issue and hopefully bring in the resources to make the necessary changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rudescu.
Thank you. I really appreciate this conversation. I appreciate the level of consideration that's being given to the actions that we can take as a board. And to reiterate, I think I'll make as in form of a motion direction moving forward. I believe I heard at least three affirmative voices in support. So I'm going to put this forward as a motion to include direction to the CAO and our county council to move forward on 4 items. One of them being to refer recent matters to the California Attorney General. Number 2, to refer recent matters and a request for additional investigation to the civil grand jury. Number 3, to bring back some additional information about options available to us through AB 1185 so that we can make future decisions. And item 4 would be to bring back some options for a consultant who could help us with an audit of sheriff office policies and practices and compliance with those. Did I get that? If I've got a second, I'll put this forward as 4 items that I believe we can give direction to move forward with today. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. And we will take a vote. Thank you very much, Supervisor Rudowski, for your bringing forward the idea of an oversight committee at the very beginning. I think this is the result of your foresight. So we have
I just wonder about the timing of the grand jury when they have a new grand jury and what.
Do they not have like a docket that you build up on? Oh, sorry. Go over here.
So
Instead of guessing.
Yeah. So I think it's early enough in their term that they may be able to take it up. I'm not currently up to date on how many investigations they may have already started, but I think it's still pretty early, so they might be able to take it up. No guarantees, but we'll get the referral to them as quickly as we can.
And I think that the motion that is the spirit of the motion. Okay, so if we have a motion and a second, could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. 5-0. Okay, very good. Thank you all so much for your engagement with this subject. It's a difficult one, but I really applaud each one of you for the work that you've put into this. And Supervisor Alejo, thank you again for your absolute diligence on this. With that, I will see if we have any closed session items that need to be read out.
There is no reportable action under either the county agenda or the Water Resources Agency agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have an adjournment in honor of memory of Billy DeBerry and then Don and Alice Jordan. And I believe both of these are from Supervisor Root Askew.
Thank you. Let me get my notes up here. Bear with me. Okay, I'm going to start with Dr. Billy DeBerry. So Billy DeBerry's 38 years in education started as a mathematics and science teacher in Nashville, Tennessee. He later worked as a counselor in higher education at Alabama State College, Montgomery, Alabama. While at Alabama State, Billy and his wife Rose were recruited to the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. He worked diligently to become the first and only African-American superintendent of Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, a position that he held until his retirement in 2000. Aligned with his career at MPUSD, he was a strong believer that it takes a village to raise a child and was a founding director of CPY, the Community Partnership for Youth, which is a phenomenal local nonprofit that continues to offer great opportunities to local children. Significantly to the County of Monterey, Mr. DeBerry served on the Monterey County Civil Grand Jury, the Monterey County Equal Opportunity Advisory Commission, the Monterey County Sheriff's Office Commission, the Monterey County Economic Development Commission. His work for the county was recognized at a special Board of Supervisors resolution for a lifetime of dedicated service to Monterey County. It was only just a few years ago that he was here receiving his retirement resolution from the most recent commission. Mr. DeBerry leaves just a legacy in PUSD and for the entire community of Seaside. His leadership opened doors for so many of our residents, and to this day will be a model that children and youth in Seaside look to aspire to leadership. So to his family, we send our condolences, and to the entire community of Seaside who's grieving, we grieve with you. And then I'd also like to adjourn in memory of former Seaside Mayor Don Jordan and his wife, Alice Jordan, who passed within just a very short time of one another. And I'll start with Miss Alice Jordan. Alice Jordan graduated from Southern University with a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in education. She also earned an MBA from Atlanta University in Atlanta, Georgia. After graduating from college, she began her teaching career in Louisiana and Indiana. Later in her career, she worked at the pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly in sales and marketing. Alice was the first African-American to retire from Eli Lilly with over 20 years of service. She married the love of her life, Dawn Jordan, and they moved to Seaside, California, where she joined Dawn in becoming very active in civic and community involvement. Alice had a passion for getting young people involved with voting rights and encouraging students to attend college. Her favorite passion was working on the annual Martin Luther King Day program. Alice and Dawn were very instrumental in the naming of Obama Way in Seaside. Alice was involved in many, many organizations in Seaside. The list is too long to name. In 2008, Alice was named Monterey County's Outstanding Woman of the Year. She was also Seaside Business and Professional Woman of the Year in 2009. Anyone who lived in Seaside knew Alice Jordan, and the statement that she had a passion for getting all people involved in local civic activity and voting would be, I believe, shared widely. Alice will be deeply missed. She was a fixture in Seaside City Hall and at community events, and it absolutely improved the lives of young women in the community and throughout the larger community. And then finally, I would like to make some comments in memory of former Seaside Mayor Dawn Jordan, who passed just days after his wife. Mayor Dawn Jordan was a committed leader during one of the most pivotal times in Seaside's history. He served on the city council from 1991 to 1994 and was twice elected mayor in 1994 to 1998. In the words of current Mayor Ian Oglesby, Mayor Dawn Jordan will be remembered as a strong advocate for the economic revitalization of the city with the reuse of the former Fort Ord Army base, and he was responsible for moving many economic development projects to completion. Mayor Jordan had outstanding professional contributions, including tremendous civic engagement. His commitment to building community inspired countless others to join in public service. The community gathered together this past weekend to celebrate the lives of Mayor Dawn and First Lady Alice Jordan, and they will be deeply missed, and their legacy in Seaside will continue. Thank you for the opportunity to adjourn in their memory.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Rudasky. Are there any members of the board that wish to make comments?
I knew all three of them. They were good people.
I knew one of three, and I agree. Thank you again. Okay, with that, we will adjourn the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Thank you very much, and we will see you in 2 weeks. Have a great rest of your week.